Hi. Hello. Welcome back. Happy Friday. I hope you're all doing wonderfully well. I'm alive. I'm alive. I don't know what happened, but I was struck by the exhaustion bug today and had a nap, and that was a thing, and that was fine. But then tech issues. So look, I apologize for being so late, but we're here now. The things are dealt with. I have sent off a couple of tickets with a couple of places being like, excuse me, why is your thing not working correctly? Look, it's fine. This is what we do. This is what we do. But I'm very excited. We're pet hunting again today. Very excited. More pets for fear. Yes, please and thank you. Yes, please and thank you. All right, what am I placing? Centurions is what I are placing. This one. That's a Centurion. Follow the link in chat. Log in with your Twitch account and drag and drop your units to the battlefield. Brilliant. Where are we at? Well done, Zam on first. Shiba with second. Hello, Erica. Welcome back. Hello, Luke. Hello, hello. Well done, Luke on third. It's worth trying when only a few in. Absolutely. Absolutely. For sure. Hello, Shiba. Well done on last, Mike. Wonderful. There's 15, 33 pets. Well done to them. Amazing. Super awesome. Crusaders Direhorn. That wasn't meant for caps, but you did though, didn't you? You did mean it for caps. No. No. Let us begin the Shiba Hates Fear game. Oh goodness. Please tell me that's not why I was napping. Good. Alright. Sit. That's it. Alrighty. So I have to open ATT proper first. Because otherwise ATT random doesn't function correctly because it loads on demand. Which is great. Like, I like that. But we need to make sure. So what am I sitting on currently? 1410. 1410. 1411. Had that drop yesterday, last night, and I was like, I can't learn that. Stream will kick my ass. Uh-oh. You know what? Soulful ain't even gonna help here. Good. Actually, that's a ledge. Yeah, that's a little ledge of earth in here. So... Wait. Isn't it? No? Yes? Yes. It is. I just have to get over to here. Okay, awesome. So that's one new pet for fear. And that was what? Echo of the Cave? Echo of the Cave. And that's 1411. Oh dear. In real life, wearing another streamer's skin is illegal. Yeah. They have some really good loading tips, hey? Some really good ones. Although I should be going all in on a rate and probably losing all. Correct! Correct! Like someone who uses default bigger frames. WA, just don't cut it. I think a lot of people use the weak aura because of where the default frames were. Because it was like so low down here, it got in the way of everything else and you couldn't move it using the default UI moving thing. Whereas I use LVY and the first time I loaded it up, it was default at the top of the screen and I didn't move it. So I think the really big reason around so many people using the weak aura is simply the fact that they want to move it and they don't want an enormous add-on like LVY to do that. Plus, I mean, I would imagine in the beginning there was some curiosity around, like, you know, how to optimize pushing the buttons at the right times to maximize that speed for the longest amount of time and all that kind of stuff. But once you've been doing it for a little while, it just kind of comes naturally. I've not used the weak aura. I know that there's one really big one that a lot of people use, and then there's a bunch of other ones that others use as well. But I'm not entirely sure on exactly what that. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. I think that's the bigger reason why people like using the weak aura, because it's like movable. But yeah, no, it just popped up at the top of the screen for me when and everyone was like, in the first couple of days, people were coming in like, how did you get your vigor frames up there? And I'm like, I mounted on my dragon. I was very confused, and it wasn't until someone actually said Fia, their default at the bottom, I was like, oh my lord, because yeah, their default at the top with the LVI, the one I use. Good. But no, I like the, I don't need to know how fast I'm going. I just kind of go, and then as long as I get to where I'm going before the timer stops, then we're good. I just got weak aura linked in guild chat first day, never bothered turning it off. Fair. Some weak auras I get because, you know, it's like, oh, I need it right now for this boss. But they're just so ugly. Shy! Thank you so much for the resub. 18 months. Oh my lord. 18 months. That is amazing. Thank you so much for your support. I hope you're doing well. In beta, there was an API that allowed you to interpret pitch. Interesting. I did Dragon I'll Racer Achieve, and I've never cared about the speed after that. I didn't even care about the speed during. It was just, like, when, it wasn't so much about, so for me, the Racing Achieves, it was less about maintaining speed and more about which corners am I not taking close enough. When am I supposed to, like, which ones am I supposed to save my vigor, and then where am I supposed to spend it? It wasn't so much about speed itself and more, like, skill, you know? Like, it's like when you're racing on a track in a car. Like when you're car racing, you know, racing a different type of vehicle. It's never about the speed. Racing is never about the speed except for the one section on the entire track that's a straight. That's the only time you give a flying fuck about your speed. Every other part of the track is about, when do I tap the brake to swing the back out to get around that tight corner? When do I start turning, and when am I able to straighten out? Because you never turn as you're going into it, and you never straighten up as you're coming out of it. It's always a few steps before. And so it's how early can I turn into it without going on the grass, and how soon can I straighten up to get to the next corner without going on the grass. Like, it's never about speed except for the straight. And then, of course, where the fuck other people are, because you don't want to, you know, collide and shit like that. But we're not doing that with Dragon Racing because it's solo. So, yeah, like, it just, racing for me is never about speed. So I don't care. It's weird, right? Like, you think, you know, speed, go faster, make race go happen. Like, yeah, but no, that's absolutely wrong. For clarification here, my father used to race. And so I grew up in the pits, of a few, he raced a couple of bits and pieces. He raced bikes and he raced go-karts, and there was another thing that I don't remember the name of. He never did like rally or anything like that, but yeah, so it was like, and then once we became old enough to do stuff ourselves, we would go to like the racing tracks and do go-karts and stuff like that. And I was really bad, and one of the first things Dad tried to teach me to get me to be better was, don't just go fast. That will get you into the tire walls, and you don't want that. That makes you go slow. So yeah, it's lots of fun memories. And lots of slamming into tire walls. Lots of slamming into tire walls. Death Task Spellborn, new. You're welcome. I think you're right. Yeah, I've been doing pretty well. Today was a bit of a weird one. I kind of just zonked out of. I mean, I'm always tired. I'm insomniac. That's a thing. But like just today, my body was like, nope, we nap now, and I'm like, oh okay, oh okay. So I wasn't very productive, which kind of sucks. But that's okay. That's okay. I've got tomorrow to make up for it. Advance felt like you had as much vigor as you'd ever need. You just need to be able to handle going 1200 constantly. I sweat so much. I for the dragon racing, for the advanced ones, I gave the course a go once or twice. I'd usually end up doing bronze or silver first round. One, I think I ended up getting gold right off the bat, and I was like, oh, okay then. But the rest of them, like, it was bronze or silver, and I'm like, right, okay. And then I'd go again because I knew where the things were, and it usually only took me 2 or 3 goes. I think there were maybe 3, maybe 4 races where I was just like, I can't figure out how to shave 0.1 of a second off this time. Where am I not turning tight enough? And so I pulled up a YouTube video, and I was like, oh, there, that's what I'm, okay. And then I do it, and I get gold. So I did have all the glyphs before I tried, though. I don't know if that, I mean, you should be able to do all of it without the glyphs, but maybe it helps. Unsure. Unsure. I guess for some it wouldn't help because they're just baller at it anyway, and then for others it will help because it gives you that little bit of buffer, like, you know, in case you have too much vigor stacked up because there's an area where you're just going down for like ever. But yeah, it's good, it's good. Hello, Guy. Welcome on in. Thank you for joining us. New to WoW. Got any tips? And I'm thinking about Death Knight or Warlock. Go for the one that your heart drags you towards, honestly, because the best thing about WoW is that if you don't like it, you can just change it and try the other one. It's not like the leveling process is not long and arduous. It used to be. It's not anymore. So you can quite literally jump in, give a try to something, and if something doesn't feel quite right, you can jump out and try a different class, the other class you've mentioned, or something entirely different. There are 13 of them now to play, and all of them have at least a couple of specs to try out. So feel free to jump around, all that kind of stuff. My biggest piece of advice to all new players is take your time. Take your time. Don't boost your first character. Worst mistake you could ever make. Use your boost on like second, third, fourth character. The first character, play through it because it teaches you how to play. It teaches you what to look out for. How it gives you your abilities one at a time, so you can figure out where they all slot in with each other into your rotation and just kind of learn naturally, rather than being like, boosted, okay, now what the hell do I do, and read 10 guides and it still doesn't make sense. Playing it is the best way to learn, in my opinion. And also finding people who can, instead of, when you ask, hey, what's this? Instead of getting an answer that teaches you about 18 years worth of World of Warcraft's history behind the thing you've asked about, just give you a straight answer. Because information overload is real. It's like when you start a new job or a new course at school, and that first week you're just like, information, and you're just so exhausted by the end of it because you've learned too much and your brain cannot retain all of it. And you need sleep all the time. That's real. That's information overload, and it can happen with video games too. WoW is an 18-year-old game. There is a lot of information to take in. Take your time with it. Just explore things as you come across them. There is no rush for you to know everything that there is to know. You can learn as much of it as you need to over time. Explore, have fun. It's a video game. You're supposed to enjoy yourself. But best of luck. I hope that you really, really, truly enjoy it, because I mean, like, I've been playing for nearly 16 years and I enjoy myself a lot. So it's really great to see when other people enjoy it too. Bearded Dad, hello, welcome to you as well. Welcome on and thank you for joining us. We're talking min-maxing Dragon Racing. A little bit there. We were talking because I've got the summary of the conversation. I have the default Vigor UI. I don't use a weak aura. And Luke made the comment that the default UI is cool, and the weak aura sucks or whatever. The weak aura is over the top and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, well, I never used it, but it turns out, like, in your default UI, the vigor frames were down the bottom in the way of tons of stuff, and you couldn't see anything. And so people got the weak aura because you could move it around. Whereas with me, I use Elf UI, and so when I logged in day one, it was at the top of the screen. And then, yeah, it evolved into a conversation about dragon racing and how speed isn't really the most important thing, especially when it comes to the races. It's all about like when you turn and when you hit those buttons that consume your vigor and all those kind of little things. Like it's more about the user involvement rather than how fast you're going. But that's the same with most racing, which is really cool, right? It's not like where your brain goes first, but funky. Hello, Yana, welcome back. Hope you're well today. Green Dragon Turtle, no. I've been napping a lot too. I was up until like mid last week. I was like asleep for half of December and half of January. And then I was like, and I've managed to be really super productive this week. And then today I just, couldn't do it. But look, I'm gonna try to keep on top of things, and just give myself the space I need, and hopefully whatever my body is going through, it sorts itself out. I don't like doing the races. I'm racist. Probably not something you should joke about. I get what you're trying to do, but probably not something you should joke about. The beautiful thing about dragon riding races is that they are optional. You don't have to do them. So, yay! That's one of the beautiful things about Dragonflight in general. Like the whole expansion is that it's just like there's so much to do. So much to do. And like none of it is compulsory at all. Like there's so much you can do without getting to 70. Like the professions have been revamped, but you don't have to engage with them. You can raid, you don't have to. You can do Mythic Plus, you don't have to. You can do dungeons, you don't have to. You can do PvP, you don't have to. You can level up your renown, you don't have to. You can do the Primal Storm stuff, you don't have to. You can quite literally pick and choose the parts of the game that you want to play, and there is enough content there to keep you going for at least a couple hours a week. And that's pretty banging. That's pretty awesome. Like, I remember way back in the past, like I'm talking their first handful of expansions, if you didn't raid, there just wasn't much else to do. Like, if you didn't want to level up a crap load of toons and you didn't want to raid and you didn't want to like PvP at a high level, that was like all you really had to do. There wasn't a whole lot more. And then as time has gone on, they've added enough other bits and pieces, you know, achievements and pet battles and Mythic Plus and all these other bits and pieces, that it's now gotten to the point where there's enough, like everything has a little bit of content and you can pick and choose what you do and build your own game. It's like Subway, but for video games. Like, and I think that's freaking awesome. I think that's really, really awesome. My first advanced, I got gold off the bat and I was committed, turned in, the rest needed 2 to 3 attempts. Yeah, it might have been the same one. Because there's one particular race where it was just like a breeze. And it's like, oh, okay, cool, thank you. I feel caught out with that. No, don't. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You're very welcome, guy. Very, very welcome. Agreed, I like the default. So do I. I love, like, the wings are just... Gold is not usually my aesthetic, but it goes really well with that shade of blue and everything as well. Like, it's just... The spacing between them is nice. The way that the wings curve around the orbs is just... It's nice. It just... You know when, like, something just looks good? Like, that's, yeah. It just looks good. In this expansion, as a first-time player, I wouldn't do anything melee. It's a really painful expansion for melee classes, with cleaves being nerfed while bosses do close range, AoE, frontal, and cleave. Okay, so the fact that you said you're a first-time player in Dragonflight explains your entire message. That's always it for melee. Bosses always do close range AoE, they always do frontal, they always do cleave. Always. 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 It's been a feature of the game since vanilla. Ranged have different mechanics to deal with. We also have the problem that, like, so melee, you have a lot of stuff to dodge in quick succession, but you can continue doing your DPS as you move for the most part, whereas range, as soon as we're standing in something and we have to step, we cancel our cast, which means that we've automatically lost quite a chunk of DPS and then we have to start up again, and especially when it's something where it's like circle, 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 and we're constantly moving for 5 or 10 seconds, there goes our DPS. So both types of DPS face different problems, but they are designed to balance out in that way, is that we have a bit less to deal with, but it affects us more, whereas you guys have more to deal with, but you're able to, for the most part, keep going while you're dodging. Or melee. I shouldn't say you guys, because I don't know that you're still playing melee, but yeah, that's kind of the balance of how that goes. It is designed that way, intentionally. But for the most part, it's learning. For melee, a big part of like learning your class is positioning. It's learning what the backs of bosses look like as opposed to the fronts of them, learning on each encounter, particularly raids, which bosses actually turn to do a cone and then turn back to the tank. And knowing like when that's coming, using your timers and stuff like that, if you've got them, or noticing like the voice line that tells you that they've turned, that kind of stuff, or, you know, just watching, but that can be a bit of a mess sometimes, all those kind of things. So it's just learning mechanics a little bit differently. The game plays quite a bit differently for melee versus ranged, but neither type of DPS has a better or worse than the others. There have been specific tiers in the past where it was so bad. Like, I remember Uldia in Battle for Azeroth was problematic for melee to the point that melee weren't getting guilds, weren't getting invited to pugs. They couldn't find guilds who were recruiting, because in a 20-man raid team, people would take like 3 melee, because they just didn't have space around the boss for others because of a lot of like chaining mechanics and silly, not silly, but like things like that it was just really, really difficult for 4 or 5 melee to handle as a group. So they were stacking range, but we haven't had that much of a problem with it since then. It's still going to be difficult. Yes, of course it is. More people in a smaller space, having to dodge more stuff, all that kind of stuff, like having to dodge stuff. But it's a practice thing. But yeah, yeah. Solution is play Hunter, always Hunter. Yeah. Hey Bam, welcome on in. Thanks for joining us. I agree, I'm a Hunter main. Yeah. Prove this message, all loot is Hunter loot. You fear looking at bosses, but again, well, I'm ranged. I don't have to look at the bosses, but I just stand back. Hot tip, if it's a dragon boss, stand its butt. No, do not. That's a kappa. Shiba is kidding. Dragons have a tail swipe, unless you're in Rathian. Unless you're Rathian, in which case he doesn't understand he has a tail. Yeah. Look, he's a whelp. We give him a pass for that. But yeah, dragons, it's stand at the sides, because they have a cone breath and they have a cone tail swipe. Usually. Not always, but usually. It's a safe bet to stand beside them. Hello, Dunno. Pickling dragons about. I got one because it was already in my bags, and now we've just been chatting for half an hour, so I should probably roll and start, like, get going, shouldn't I? What is that? Oh, for God. Okay. Vile death roach. Every death roach is technically considered vile, but these really take the cake. How do I not have something that's because it's from the Maw? Would have been introduced with one of the later patches, and it's in the Maw. That's why. Fear chatting. I know. I mean, it's like the title doesn't say chill and chatty or something. Alrighty, let's go get this thing. I know I say it every damn time, but the music of this game just makes my heart so happy. Whee! I kind of feel like while I'm down here, I should find the others as well, just in case I'm missing any.
The minions of the jailer forge a vile monstrosity within Zobal's cauldron. We must destroy it.
Yeah, there's a bunch. Let's grab all of those. Oh, it's a what's it? Oh, it's a... Ah, it's for Sly!
Welcome you. Go in service.
I haven't done this either. Wow, I'm terrible, hey. And I call myself a collector. Just chatting stream with a very occasional WoW gameplay. That's it. That's it. In my defense, a lot of the time we are chatting about the game. Not always, but a lot of the time. Gospine. No. Do you have to go back now? Vitamins and Shibasu hasn't got them out yet. I know. I know, right? It's alright. Someone will get it. There is green. There is brown. There is purple.
It is an honor. As it must be. At which temple do you train?
So that's
Walk with courage.
cool. Do I just have Sly with me now for like the rest of... Okay, that's fine. But hey. Let's go for it and explore. Actually, these guys... Oh, no, they don't have... Sometimes they have... See, that one's got coordinates. But the rest of them don't. Where's this one's coordinates? There and there. What is that? Assault supply carriage. There's a hunt. Oh, look. It's a death roach. Not a vile death roach. Oh, no. Is this another one of those bloody... Oh, yeah. Remember how yesterday was squirt day? Well, I cleared my queue, and I'm very proud of myself. Just saying. Is the vile death roach one of the ones that, like... sometimes replaces a different one when it respawns? Because I hate those ones. They make me very angry. There's a clinging remain, so we might go for that one because that's a green quality one. Shocking amount of mounts of this color scheme. Trained Snarler, no. Do 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 do. Shares a spawn with Death Roach and scurrying more out within the Beast Warrens. Follow the roads for the spawns. respawn, you can no longer kill physically the others to spawn it. You need to defeat each death row. It's just going more out. What? Why can't you kill them? That's ridiculous. Oh, for God's sake. That's gross. Alright, thank you very much for the information, Sheba. But Beast Warrens, that's good. So I can just like run laps in Beast Warrens, that'll be fine. Or something, I'm sure. Right away, I had no one combating the statements, I'm assuming it's correct. Yeah. I'm wondering if that means that they're actually unkillable, or if it means if you kill it, it will just respawn as the same one. Because if it's the second one, that would have taken, like, you could have terrible luck. You would need literally thousands of kills and respawns to verify that that's correct. Oh no, I know, yeah, that's, I know that much. I know that you can just defeat the first one to reset a battle. But, forfeiting often you still, like you lose the 10% health. There we go. Caught the clinging remains. Erica, Zam, and Paul, congratulations to all of you on your ownership. Well done. Well done. Boss defeated. On to the next map. Spawn points for the thing. Yeah, I imagine it's the 2 points that that ATT has listed. Because it's the only one that has it's the only one that has coordinates in here. The rest of them don't. And one of them was this one here, and it wasn't here. That was a death roach instead. Done, done. On to the next one. That's it. That's it. It's a beast petition hold, so I need to go to the other one. I always get the two confused. I didn't spend a whole lot of time in the mall. They have a need to. I hate that that's using the battle pet symbol for handy notes, because it keeps making me think there's an actual pet there. That's upsetting. Oh, okay. Never mind then. Alright, so I'm just gonna run laps then, I guess. Looking for pets. Oh my gosh. tracking? Yeah, I am tracking pads. There are not many of them. Mainly just follow the road, spawn points are in a loop, yeah. I figured as much. I figured like following the loop around here would probably do at least somewhat. Why are they attacking me but I can't attack them? Is it broken? Because I have the, oh no. Yes, it is most certainly broken. There we go. Get rid of the fox. And I can attack the things. Useful. It's terrible. I chose, yeah. Yeah. I mean, you did say follow the road. I figured that was the road. I'm killing this red because it drops a battle pet that did not drop, but that's okay. Oh, Death Roach. Oh crap, I didn't heal my, that's fine. Alright, so we're gonna do this one first. Dum dum dum. Warsong Direfang, no. I also forgot to add my Clinging Remains to my list of pets I've gotten today. So now I have done that. Clinging Remains is 1412. Da-na-dum, da-na-na, na-na-na-na. It's just... Brown riding camel. No. You're having fun, Shiba. You're enjoying yourself. Hello, Dragon. Doing well, thank you. Hope you can say the same. Here we go, Death Roach, get 1413. Oh. I meant to go down this way. Okay. Skittering broodmother with a cloak. So we're doing pets today. Run night, no pets. Oh, there's one. Death Roach. What's on the back line? Oh! I have affliction that I already have. Good. That's okay. Okay, thanks. Wonderful to hear. Dark Moon Dancing Bear. No. No. Do you have all your pets at 25 or some at lower levels for the ones you don't have that are in lower level areas, or do all pets level to what you're at? There is no point in keeping them at a lower level. There is no reason to do that. The only reason I have pets that are under 25 or less than blue quality is because I haven't had a chance to level them up, or I haven't got stones to make them a higher quality. There is no reason to not have all of your pets at 25 and blue quality. No reason. So when you get them, they will not be 25 often. When you learn them from an item, they'll be level 1. And when you catch them in the outdoors, they drop 2 levels. Like if you catch them at low level, they retain their level, and then at a certain point they drop 1 level, and then at another certain point they drop 2 levels. So if you're catching level 25 pets in the wild, they'll drop to 23, and you've got to level them to 25. But there's no reason to keep them at a low level. What are your favorites? Battle pets, I presume. The Pandaren Fire Spirit is my favorite aesthetically, like speaking about how they look. But favorites for battle, there are a bunch of them. Like favorites for actually using, there are a whole bunch of them that are in so many strategies. But there's like a whole crap load of those. But like if you get those pets, you can basically do any trainer battle in the game kind of thing. But yeah, I quite like I like fire. So most of my favorite things tend to be on fire, roughly. Or, you know, close to on fire. So yeah, the Pandaren Fire Spirit, I love the design of their masks, and of course the fact that it's a fire one is the thing. Okay, Scurrying Morad. I actually have one that I can get from this slot. Perfect. Yeah, how about you? How about you? Hello, Sean, welcome back. Hello, Scabby, welcome back to you too. Dum da 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 dum. What game is this? It's World of Warcraft. It's it has it written underneath the video player. Always does on Twitch. Has a category available for you. I only ask because when I did the DF pet quest guide thing, some of the pets were I think level 1 and with level 25s there was no hope of catching as 25 stomp level 1s. Yep, because there's a whole handful of pets that have an ability that can't bring them below 1 health. So if you are an avid pet collector, like I am, first goal is to go get those pets. Zufu's pet battle strategies will have a whole bunch of information on which pets have those abilities. My one is my terrible turnip, but there are others. I don't know what they are though, because I've always just used my turnip. Yeah. That's why I say there's no reason, because there's a way around that. You just gotta have the pet and go get the pet. Hello, Sepot, welcome back. You're welcome, Mike. Very welcome. Yes. I already have a lost limb. Yes, battle pets. That's it. Right, scurrying, more rat. Excuse me? How dare you? Oh, for God's sake. Good, so that has exploded. Good to know. What? That's gonna suck. That's gonna suck hardcore. I feel like it's gonna do that every time I'm starting to get the feeling that the only pet you're actually gonna find wild in the moor is the death roach, and everything else is gonna be backline pets. So I just have to like wait until I find a scurrying moor rat that hasn't got explode on its moveset for that particular spawn, which is just upsetting.
Our enemies are massed outside Helgard Keep. Thin their numbers before they have the chance to strike.
Related question, do you keep multiples of pets? No. Auction release spares. I tend to auction release. However, that being said, there used to be a limit on how many pets you could have. Not like how many unique pets you could have, but how many individual pets you had. So yeah, that like you could have 1,000 pets, or you could have 3 each of 333 of them. Do you know what I mean? So plus an extra. So that's not a thing anymore. So you can keep everything. I do have a double up of 1, maybe 2 for PvP purposes. But once I've got those PvP achievements, I will absolutely be caging it and caging the extra one and selling it. I personally prefer, like some people like to keep a whole bunch of them with different breeds for different reasons and like for different battles and stuff like that. But I've found that to be unnecessary. I've found that to be extremely unnecessary. Very, very few times have I found like I think maybe even once or twice out of the number of years that battle pets have been a thing, have I found battles that I couldn't do because I didn't have the right breed. Because usually you can just sub something else in and it'll work fine. But that's very much personal decision. Very much a personal preference. Very much a personal preference. Barrel Ruin Strata. New. Is there offhand weapon can be create via spark? Huh? Oh, do you mean the spark of imagination thing, look on Wowhead. If you search up the reagent, if you search up the item, like the spark of imagination, down in the tabs in the bottom, it says like reagent for, and you can click that and it'll show you every single recipe in the game that it's used for. So you can browse that and see if there's an offhand on the list. You don't ever need to wonder that kind of shit. Wowhead has everything. It's literally a database. That kind of info is so easy to find. Super duper easy. Okay. Here is a death roach. We have nothing useful. We'll kill it and move on. Being stressed because my DPS as any spec can't pump damage in M+ edge. You may be geared more to, like, I don't know. I don't have issues with Mythic Plus personally as a mage, but there's always a chance that you're not supposed to pump damage. There's a very good chance that you're supposed to be utility this time round. You're there to give a lust. You're there to use Dragon's Breath to disorient. You're there to use Frost Nova to hold things in place for a little bit. Like, maybe your role isn't to kill things. Maybe your role is utility. Not all classes are meant to just pump. That's not how the game's designed. And hopefully a video game... Like, video games should not cause you stress. Like, that's not healthy. Good afternoon, Jazz. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Now we can leave. Da 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 da. There's a part of me that's like, maybe I should finish the battle because there's a chance of like battle stones and stuff dropping, but the chance is just so small that I don't think it's worth the time. So how long am I going to be running laps around here, do we think? Hello, Thresh. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Thanks for joining us. I have been playing WoW for almost about a week short of 16 years. I think my anniversary is somewhere. I know it's in the 20s in January, so I think it's like 25th or 28th or something like that. So about a week short of 16 years. How about yourself? Yeah, you don't need to tag people in Thingamajig. Yeah, video games are meant to be fun. But yeah, also the whole thing about, like, DPS not being the all-important thing. Sometimes utility is helpful too. Sometimes utility is necessary. These pets just, I've done a full lap now and not a single spawn is up. Are they not, I'm guessing they're not just in the Beast Warrens though. They must be elsewhere too, and I think I must have cherry picked this area. And I need to move on or something? I don't know. Oh, I completely missed my turn off. Whoops. Oh, excuse me. Just in Beast Warrens. That's interesting. Because it also had, like, there was a Death Roach up here. That's definitely not the Beast Warrens. So, your waypoints are lying, firstly. Still the wrong direction. Via one that is. Oh, even ATT had a spawn for it outside of the Beast Warrens, so I'm inclined to believe that Wowhead is lying. The thing with Wowhead waypoints, right, or Wowhead pins on the map, is that if people think it's only in that area, people only go in that area to farm it, and then when they upload their data, it will add more pins in that area because that's where they have been farming and they didn't find it elsewhere. So,
By the Sunwell.
Once went outside of Warrens. Yeah, Restaurant Beast. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so it is the one that I had on ATT then. Amazing. Sean, thank you for the resub. 21 months. Holy cow. That's such a long time. That's amazing. Thank you for your support. I appreciate it. I always made a sub since me morals. Really enjoy prop hailing my 470 age. Amazing. Did I influence you, or is that your own choice? Oh, I hope you enjoy it though. I have a lot of fun with Mage. Making things explode is nice. You don't have anything I can use. Goodbye. Oh! Scurrying Morat! Do not explode or I will be very angry. Please and thank you. And when it came running towards me, I'm like, don't you dare. Good. Good. All right. Lord. Well, Mage is most complete spec in WoW. Tons of utilities. Yeah, it is. I very much enjoy all the utility we get. It is wonderful. Once you learn how to use, like, as a baby mage, like, starting out, once you learn to use your whole kit, it's really, really cool. There's so much we can do. Good morning, Phoenix. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. How today? Yeah, I'm alright. I'm Apparently tired, so that's fine. That's fine. Now, since watching, that's what's made me use ATT, which led to more ults to get transmog. So yes, good. Glad. I'm glad. I've the number of Dragonflight greens in my guild bank is rising. Greens that are like they're transmog, and I need to learn them, but I don't have a character that's high enough level to use them to get the transmog to unlock it. I am considering possibly maybe doing a little bit of leveling. But not until well after February. Not until well after February. Scurrying more rat, get 14. So we have the Vile Death Roach. And the Grip of Terror left to get. I feel like the Grip of Terror is going to be a really like a special one as well. Because that looks like it's a leveled up version of the Clinging Remains. So I feel like I'm going to have to do something weird to get that to spawn. Dustmane Direwolf, no. Yes, level stream, yes. I'm looking at getting four 70s. So I've already got one. I'm looking at getting leather, mail, and plate. And I've chosen the characters that are going to fill those slots to cover weapons as well. And that'll give me the ability to get everything. When shit drops, I can send it off to those specific tunes and learn all the things. But not for a while yet. Not for a while. I do not feel in a rush to do that. Not in a rush. 60s, 70s? No. No. We've had this conversation multiple times and I'm not interested. Also a very efficient way to get supplies, just saying. Well, like the Dragon Isle supplies. I've got like 10,000 of them or something. Like I've got thousands and thousands and thousands of supplies to buy everything. Yeah, yeah, they're easy as hell to get. Like, Zil, Erica, and Joss, congratulations to you on your bonus ship. Well done. Well done. This one. Hello, Star. Welcome on in. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're well today. What mods do you use for finding and catching pets? Well, for pet battles in general, I use Rematch. Rematch is an overpowered add-on. Like, it's absolutely phenomenal. I highly recommend it to anyone who wants to, like, get into pet battling in any way, shape, or form. It's very, very useful. Beyond that, I'm using AllTheThings, which is obviously an add-on because we're talking add-ons. And that's place your units. Thing is up. That's this bit up here. This is the randomizer, so I can set it to roll a pet and then go and hunt that pet. So that's a way to help me like make a decision on what to aim for next. Beyond that, TomTom is useful for what's it? TomTom is useful for like waypoints. The little waypoint arrow here, you mark on the map where you're going and then it points you in the right direction. Tells you how far you got to go, that kind of thing. Yeah. That's about it, really. You don't need, like... You don't need any, technically. But you don't need a whole lot, even if you are looking on picking up a couple. Turn any keys, play with fun. Wow. No worries, but enjoy. Have a wonderful time zone. Jigglesworth Senior, no. Right, so that's a critter that spawned in place of a battle pet. We don't like those. They're mean. She's obviously Sir Flufflebutt the second. You, welcome home. Hope you're doing well. Hello Hyper, welcome back. How was the rest of your stream? Not yesterday, Wednesday. Hope you did wonderfully well. Kicked all over the butt. Handy Notes Dragonflight's really nice for finding the world pets. Oh, cool. There you go. That's another good recommendation. Thank you, Jack, for your contribution, as always. Amazing. Okay, could be better. Yeah, I know the feeling. I know the feeling. It's alright. You're home now. Step one, right? Alright, off we go again. On the route. The end. Oh no! Oh no. Been well. I have been reasonably well. Reasonably well. Thank you for your hoping. Yeah, what faction? Oh yeah, I guess it's been about an hour, hasn't it? This is a neutral mount. Of course it is. Of course it is.
Outside Hellguard Keep. Thin their numbers before they have the chance to strike.
I don't know if you killed that. Oh, you did! Well done. Well done. I obviously very much misinterpreted that. I thought like your whole team got wiped out. I was like, oh no. But no, can you tell I do not do FPS? Often at all. But hey, I like taking interest in others' passions, even if I don't necessarily understand all of it. Oh, good. Well, I'm glad you had a wicked time. That is fantastic news. Fellblaze Infernal. No. But it is good to have an additional person in the game. Bruce. No. Look, Shibs, you got competition. That's all good. Brilliant. Brilliant. Where are the battle pets? Sally. Unfortunately, I don't think we have a pet, a mount in the game called Sally yet. We're starting to get pets that have like names rather than just like brown horse. Like Bruce, for example. So look, maybe we'll get a Sally at some point in the near future. Hyper out here with premonitions of new mounts. Infernal Direwolf, no. Battlebound Warhound, no. I really love that that mount name though. It rolls and I like it. It's nice to say. Never make the Horde bike as a pet. Not as a pet, but it is a mount. We're hunting pets today, and so I keep saying pet instead of mount because I'm terrible at words. Bruce the Gator from Brawlers Guild. It is not Bruce the Gator from Brawlers Guild. Plague Rot Trollus. No. I mean, look, we've got the trading post launching on the 1st of Feb. So, who the hell knows what we'll get through there. Maybe we'll get Sally. Fell Brown Argus Talbot. What? That is not what that's called, surely. There's too many necromounts that are those colours. There are. She was going to hit the roof when he finds out, as always. I was meaning they made Bruce into a mount. Oh yeah, Bruce has been a mount for ages. Right? Yeah, Bruce has been a mount like forever. Complete the Brawlers Guild questline, and you got Bruce as a mount. Failsaber, no. Oops, it's a reskin of the Madden Chaos Runner. So that one, no. Blue dragon turtle. No. Damn it. That's okay, Jess. It's a guessing game. You're playing the game. This is sometimes you win, sometimes you don't win. Oh wait, green. Green dragon turtle. No. No. Panadol Pantone. Oh, fuck. So PAX, Hyper. You guys are actually, like, you putting together the fundage to do the thing? Bum, 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 bum. Yes, so you're doing both wife and I. Fantastic! Amazing. I would absolutely love to meet Raspberry. Absolutely love to meet her. Going to 2020, but you know, I do know. I do know. I do indeed. Yeah, no, well, I will definitely be there as well. Jas will be there because he doesn't have a choice. And if it's anything like this year, or last year was, I will be busy as all fuck. But that's fine. I will, I'll make time for stuff and things. And fingers crossed, like, no current plans, but the hope is that we'll be able to be there for more than just the couple of, like, because you know how I usually spend some time with the family as well while I'm down. Hopefully I'm going to be able to extend that this year. Hopefully it's going to be a bit longer that I am there, but we will see. We will see. Hell yeah, that's it. Acid Belcher. No. 2020 didn't exist, don't make up lies. Well, it didn't. Like, they cancelled it, so no, it didn't exist, you're correct. What are you gonna do, ban me? Brown Alec, no. No, I do, however, for this, for the particular, like, goal of this game, I love that there are mounts that are called one colour and are an entirely different colour. It just makes my heart so happy because I know how much it pisses Sheba off. Undying Darkhound, no. Bleak Hoof Ruin Strider, no. I feel like we need to take a second, just. Green, brown, and purple is like under here. It is a pale purple, like I wasn't kidding. But yeah. I put this on and without the lashes it looks fucking weird. It looks like I've been punched in the face really, really hard. And so I kind of, like, I was like, and then I put the lashes on, I'm like, oh good, okay, it works now, it's fine. I love how false eyelashes can just completely transform and make a look, it makes everything look more cohesive somehow. I don't know how, but it's magic and I love it. It's great. It does what it does. Yes, it does piss you off, and it's so funny. I love it. Purple Meccano Strider. No, it's got to be a fell mount, right, Sheebs? As someone who's colorblind, I think these colors are what they say they are. Yeah, and that's why I've got the actual names of the colors here as well, because I know we've got a couple of. Firstly, we've got a couple of people who are varying stages of colorblind. Not stages. That's not the right. Varying degrees. There's the word I was looking for. Varying degrees of colorblind, and also. What I see at a mirror is different from what I see on this screen, is different from what I see on this screen, is different to what you all see on your screens, because computer settings are different. So, like, if your saturation or your contrast or your brightness or anything is just mildly different, if you have a different brand or model of screen, different cables can do weird things, like, you know what I mean? Everything, so it's never going to be a perfect representation. There is a story on Instagram with me talking about the fact that I'm live. There are photographs on Twitter, one with my eyes open and one with my eyes closed, so you can zoom in and get a closer look as a still if you so desire. But yeah, I've got a whole bunch of options to try to kind of help as much as I can. Because I do know, accessibility is important, and I want everyone to be able to participate in the game if they want to. You don't have to, obviously, but if you want to, I want you to be able to. Access is important. Big man already almost home. We'll talk to you again soon. Sounds like a plan, Hyper. Looking forward to chatting with you soon. Stupid idea. Bronze Vulcan. No. Lurid Blood Tusk. No. You've done an Alfie. I've sat upright in my chair. Oh no. Serious Space is on. Sheba is doing a hunt now. Once we've guessed the mount, Sheebs, I would love some more information on the Group of Terror. We have the information on Vile Deathroach, and we know it's a pain in the ass. I'm probably not going to get it today, but I would love some info on the Group of Terror because I want to know if it's the same deal. Or you're like me and have night mode on, so it shifts color. No, exactly. That's it. Because everyone's in different time zones and stuff like that, so it can make things very much a bit wonky. So I try to make things as accessible as possible. It's never going to be perfect. It's never going to be perfect, but yeah, look, I do the best that I personally can. Leaning closer to my screen. Good. Gotta guess this soon. I got presents to wrap. You do got presents to wrap. I'm so excited. I'm also like, Jas is gonna know what I'm getting now. After he does this, Jas is gonna know what's in those presents. And I don't. And that's gonna drive me batty for just over a month. But look, we'll see. We'll see. Child of Torkali. No. Sheba has activated battle mode. Yep, that's it. Yellow Marsh Hopper. No. Sorry, Jess, for the multiple items. Do not apologize. Do not apologize. He was telling me yesterday that he's going to write, like, messages on each of the presents. Not on the presents themselves, but on the wrapping. Like, you know how you have, like, a little gift card that says, like, who it's for and stuff? He said he's going to grab out a permanent marker and write on them, like, to Fia from Strim. Like, on every single one of them. And I'm like, yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that. Green Marsh Hopper. Congratulations, Jack. It is indeed the Green Marsh Hopper. It is the Green Marsh Hopper. Well done. All right, where's the bot? Currency. Jack. Guess I don't mean to see little kids. Yeah, exactly. Except it's a month before Neke, and so I'm gonna be like, and I'm gonna be asking, like, is there one of these? And he's just gonna be like, I'm not telling. Is there one of these? I'm not telling. Is there one of? I'm not telling. It's gonna be great. Maybe I'll record some of it and put it on TikTok, so you can join me in the hilarity. There you go, Jack. You have an additional 50,000 koala coins to play with. Congratulations! Well done. Well done. I was just typing that. Present, someone something in particular on one, send me a DM. Make sure you take your, or are you gonna wrap them at your PC? That might be a good idea, actually, if you move everything into your room and wrap them at your PC, because then if you want to go and do something, you can just, like, close the door, and even that way, even if I go out to, like, grab another bottle of water or something, I won't accidentally sneak peek. It was honestly the sparkly that gave that one away. Sparkly.
Our enemies amass outside Hellguard Keep. Thin their numbers before they have the chance to strike.
50k in the pot. Let's go. The Mad Science Man's lab in here. Yeah, just I'd probably recommend trying to wrap as many things on your desk as possible though, or on the floor, but preferably hard surfaces make it a hell of a lot easier to wrap things, like gift wrap things. Speaking from experience, hard surfaces are better for gift wrapping. You know, one of the right, so when I moved to Melbourne, whenever that happens to be, when I move to Melbourne, there is a desk I want to get because I'm done with this desk. I'm like, I've sat at properly arranged like this desk is just so thick that I can't, like, it's not ergonomic because I'm small. If I sit with my hips at a 90-degree angle and my elbows at a 90-degree angle, my desk doesn't fit in the gap between the top of my thighs and the bottom of my arms, right? It doesn't fit. So it's not great ergonomically speaking. And when I spend so much time, like so much of my day here, it causes issues. So there is a desk that I want. It is a sit-stand desk, but it's also thin. So I can do things like have clamps on it. So I can get monitor clamps and like set up monitors properly, like off the desk and have them at the right height for wherever I'm sitting or standing. Like, do you know what I mean? Like I can just be slightly healthier with my arrangement of stuff. One of the things I am so looking forward to though is regaining about this much of desk space back, because that's how much, like, where I've got my screens at the very back of my desk, right? But the stand that they, like the round bit on the bottom of them, takes up like this much space, right? Like that's, yeah, it's not, I'm really looking forward to being able to just like push my keyboard all the way to the back of the desk underneath the screens and have like space to do something. I feel like that would be really lovely. Having a hard surface that's at an appropriate height to write or draw or color or prepare my stitching stuff, or do you know what I mean? Like any of that kind of thing. It would be really nice. But look, we'll see. The desk I want is like $1,000, so I'm gonna have to do some saving after I move. I reckon. I don't think I'll have, like, after the move, I don't think I'll have the cash to do the thing, but fresh savings goal once I've moved. Okay, so the Group of Terror, multiple spawn points around the moor, so you might want to check Wowhead. However, people have found it wandering as a main pet. Okay, that's good. That's good. Like, yeah, well done, Sheebs. Is you won because you didn't win the other one. There you go, that's why. There are just no... I feel like I've cherry-picked. I feel like the pet spawns are all up in the rest of the area because, like, you know... What was that website? There was a website that would show you all of the different spawns for pets in any particular zone, and you could like filter out, like you could turn this one off or this one on. And now that I say that, I'm thinking that might have actually been Pokemon Arceus. Surely there's one of those for WoW though. Surely. But not just like one particular pet that you're looking at the specific page for on Wowhead. I'm talking all of the pet spawns for the whole zone. I'm pretty sure I've been here for like an hour. And every time I'm doing a lap here, there's just no pets. Which tells me that they've spawned somewhere, it's just not here. Does that sound familiar? Hello, dude. Welcome back. Oh, my hands are aligned weirdly on the keyboard. Right, so there's add-ons that'll do it. But not a website. Although add-ons probably going to be better, hey? There's a pen on. Yeah, how many have we got so far? 4. 4 pets so far, but really struggling to find. There's 2 rare wild pets in the moor that I'm struggling with. But they're like rare spawns, so that makes sense. They're one of those, you know, like can spawn in place of other thing kind of deal. Yeah. Okay. So we have a recommendation for an add-on that will help with this. Let's give it a crack. Not going to recommend it just yet because I've never used it before, but let's see how we go with it. I ain't stepping into LFR for at least a month. That place is too triggering. Can you pick them up on Rare Scanner? No. No, Rare Scanner won't do pets. But it's not, it's less finding them that way. Like, I've got track pets on my minimap. That's fine. It's more where in the whole last map are they? And so that's, yeah. But that's okay. Reloading is going to reset the rolled one, but we know we're looking for the Vile Death Roach, so we're good. We're good. What I was looking for was a map that would have like all of the pets that could spawn everywhere, like on the map. And it doesn't look like there was. I did find the website I was thinking of, but it was back from Mists, and it hasn't been updated since Mists, and it looks terrible, and that's fine. So that's fine. We will give this add-on a crack instead. Ooh, okay. Cool, well that doesn't work. There we go. Cool. So we have a few bits and bobs around. There's quite a few, like... There you go, Grip of Terror up there and stuff. Okay, so... How do I... Ah! No, not what I wanted. Hi.
Hello.
What do you want?
Tape dispenser.
Oh.
Thank you.
These errors are gonna be a pain in the butt. Missing. There we go. Alright. So that gives us a bit of a better idea. There's a whole bunch of them up here. That's for the Grip of Terror as well. And then down this way, which I haven't been exploring. Alright. Cool. What was the pet battle guide you mentioned earlier? Zufu. X-U-F-U. Wait, I take that back. Yeah, no take backsies. That's funny. Alright, so it doesn't look like I can get this to, show up on my mini-map as well. That's fine. Actually, I wonder if... No, it's not even on this list. No. Well, it would help if the tutorial worked, but it didn't, so... That's fine. So let's see if we can find... That's not actually a pet, that's a thing for Sly. And the Grips of Terror may have phased out because of the Kyrian assault as well. Yeah, duct tape is a brand name, dude. Because it's like waterproof, like a duck. Whereas in Australia, it's called duct tape. Because it was, you know, used for taping ducts and things. But yeah, no, duct tape is actually a brand. Which just, you know, makes it so wonderful and not at all confusing. Okay. There's a single spawn for this shit all the way, like, up where the... What's it people are. Oh, there's a pet. Oh. I don't like a lot of the stuff that this has changed. I don't like the way it's affected my UI. Zil, Jug, and Neke, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. Okay. Place your units. Hello, Kegi. welcome back! How are you going today? Hope you are well. I just woke up, wonderful. Okay, so what message with the person attached to it? Oh dear. Oh dear. Alright, so I'm trying to go north to check that spawn. And then I'll catch the red line down here. Oh wait, pet. No, because I have to kill one of them. Although actually, no, I want to see if I can just squish it. Invalid target. Yeah, they did. They broke it. That's really not fair. That's shit. Oh well. Mustache switches as it realizes its secret has been found. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh, it's a free-for-all. Apparently when I'm mad, I wiggle my mustache. Everyone's got tells. That's hilarious. Oh no, wait, I can go now. There is a chance of finding these on the back line, which is why I'm actually engaging. And plus, if I get rid of them from elsewhere in the zone, there's a chance the ones I actually need will spawn back down here. There is a method to my madness. So many bloody rares. This is where it's meant to be, so yeah, it's not here. That's okay. I can take the red gate. Oh, I won't do it when I'm in combat with it. Well done, Mike, on winning the free-for-all. Across the river. Oh, Wrath of the Jailer. I wonder which event that is. Which what's it? It's apparently Mugrim the Soul Devourer. No. 7 PM would be Cash the Sentinel, because it's, yep. Okay, well there's no pet rat here. And I checked out those other ones, so I reckon I go into Perdition Hold. That's Portal to Torghast, that's not gonna help me. I wanted to jump across here, but I don't think you can you? Like, why are there no grapple points there? Like, that's just silly. Anyway. Why is the eye following your cursor, by the way? It's the imp buff, right? It is. It's a weak aura. It's a weak aura telling me I don't have my intellect buff on. If I buff myself, it will go away. Quite a funky little weak aura. Thank you, Jack. It was super useful, especially when I was leveling all of those bloody alts. And I don't remember, like, all of the different classes, what buffs and stuff they have. So yeah, it'd tell me which ones I needed to push when they dropped off. Because I would forget. I would forget a lot. Bum, 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 bum. This is not the pathway I was hoping it was. There is a spawn for it over the bridge. I was really hoping there wasn't. There is. Gee, wouldn't try it. Then again, I probably would. That's handy. Might be just shy of not annoying enough. Ah, right. I mean, it, like, eventually I kind of go, why is this on my O? Like, so, oh, Gripatera, Gripatera, Gripatera. Okay, so for me, it's like just annoying enough, but I can absolutely understand that for some it might not be. Make it make a sound, but I would not like that, personally. All right, so this is the second last one I need from this zone. I am bad at wrapping things, great at puns, though. Well, do you want me to show you how to wrap one of those bags of chips we know what it is? Like the ones that I had to order because Throne kind of broke a little bit. Because I know what it's going to be, so I can show you how to wrap that, and that might give you enough of an idea for the rest of them. The imp buff. Yeah, see, it is just annoying enough for me. Like it hangs around, and like eventually I kind of go, why is this? Oh, and then I do things. But yeah, why did that not? So that's Grip of Terror. Go away. I am like halfway through making a replacement. Oh, okay. Sure. Well, I'll be happy to give it a try once you're done with it, if you're willing. thing I meant I wouldn't try, then probably would, was jumping around that platform. Oh! Right. Right. That makes sense. Good. Why do I keep switching? This fucking add-on is automatically changing when it thinks it's an, like it is an upgrade. I have a white quality scurrying more rat, but I don't want to catch the green one. I want to kill it. This add-on is annoying. It's useful for showing me what I don't have on my map, but that's literally it. And I don't know how to turn off half the features because the tutorial isn't working with the API, so I don't know how to use it. Yay! That's fine. There don't seem to be any what's-its. Okay. Means we're back to the Vile Death Roach, which is only in this area. That's good. We've narrowed it down. It does also cause the issue of cherry picking though. So glad I crossed this bridge. I didn't want to, but I'm glad I did. Good news is I can cut straight into the Beast Warrens from here. Actually, I know, alright, so the pet tracker icons don't show on the mini-map, but you know what does? Roots. I can get roots to give us a route. Give us a path. Oh yeah, I might as well. See if we can't get your cloak. Not like it takes long. Okay. So if I add name of route Vile Death Roach in the moor, and then there we go. The only issue with this is that I can't fly, so it's not going to be able to cut straight across things. But if I can follow the lines close enough, then we might be fine. That looks like all of them. Yeah, that looks like all of them. Here we go. Now I don't have to keep that open all the time because I'll already know where I'm going. Useful. I got Adventure of Thaldraszus yesterday. I was flying over, so I was doing something and I opened my map to look at which direction I needed to go in next. and I was in Thaldraszus and I noticed that there was a skull up. There was a vignette. And I was like, oh! Let's go see what that is. And I killed it and bam, achievement. I was like, yes! I was very happy. I'm in combat. But they do not. There we go. Well, no, because I need to... What's the requirement of that? Kill rares. Adventurer is the rare killing achievement. It's I don't remember how many it is, but you got to kill X number of them. But yes, I got it! Which is good. 10? There you go. Yeah, I couldn't remember. It was just like, I need more. Therefore, it's either I need more or I don't need more. Like, if I have the achievement, I don't need more. Wait, what? Didn't I kill was that an immediate respawn? Or did I not actually kill it? What just happened? Oh, it's undead! Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Okay, yep. I skipped out. Oops. Just checked, yep, fantastic. I'm pretty sure I have to kill this one because this was the baseline, like the roaming pet. Unfortunately. There we go. And then we actually wait for the undead round. That's right, I can res it. Easy peasy. Now we leave. Okay. And here we go. We have a route on the minimap. See, look. There's beautiful pale pink lines. I know they're not actually that beautiful, but it makes me excited because it's like, hey, do the thing. I'm kind of glad it was that easy to get the Grip of Terror. I just hope that the Vile Death Roach will make itself known. Because then I'm done with, like, that's good, you know? There are not many wild pets left for me to get. There are still a few, but not many. I don't think I've ever been this excited to be in the Maw. Collecting pets, go us. Pretty sure I turned in one of the Helping the Accord quests last night and earned a renown with 3 factions at once. Isn't it great? It's such a nice feeling. I'm pretty sure when I turned mine in and got a renown with 3 factions at once, the only reason I didn't get it with 4 is because I maxed on the 4th. So it was a really good feeling. I'm really tempted to just do the Broiling Stitcher thing just to stop it from twinkling like that. But I know it'll just start again once I'm done with it, so.
Our enemies amass outside Helgard Keep. Thin their numbers before they have the chance to strike.
have 2 death roaches. So clearly going and clearing out a few from around the place helped. Just hoping for backlines now. Loving the Tuskar stuff. Lots of fun. Good. Good. Sapphire Skyblazer, my most favorite mount. Perfect. I love the Cloud Serpents, but goddamn, they're unwieldy. I keep getting stuck on stuff I feel like I would absolutely not be stuck on. If it weren't, you know what I mean? Yeah, it just, look. Da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum, da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum. Okay, we'll leave this one. We have another regular death roach up here. Yeah. Bum, bum, ba, na, 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 na. Oh, that was a carriage. Right over my face. Spine. Nose, voice modes both used already. No, I turned them off. I am having a fiddle around with a few things. They are turned off intentionally. Is that? No. It had a longer name and I got really excited for a second. Just like punching things. I mean, look. Headphones. Huh? Okay, and back we go. See if we can't find a vile spawn. Do we need to like summon Baal for luck or something? Is that how this works? That's a Deathroach critter. So I can kill that one. Can't tell if thunder noise is from stream or not. Oh, yes. The Maw does have thunder noises in it. They are like background noise, so they're like loud enough that you can hear them, but soft enough that you could be like, yeah, but no, that... I'll wait for them to go again so you can hear them, because I was talking straight over them the whole time. There you go. So yes, that's definitely thunder in the Maw. At least you can run around the Maw and not pull everything inside now. Yeah, That is nice. That is nice. I'm just sad there's no vile death roaches. I feel like with these super duper rare spawns that there should be an option where I can like catch 3 of their downgraded form, like 3 death roaches and trade them in for a vile one in case of like lack of spawns or something. I'd like, that would be nice. I would happily do that. Happily. It's all good walking from the bus stop. Ah, gotcha. That would have been a bit trippy, yeah. Oh dear. Oh! Well, at least there were a bunch on that round. Like, actually had spawns this time, so hopefully, as we continue to go around, continue to get spawns. You little bastard! That's a vile death roach and it's a critter. I hate when that happens. I hate that so very much. It's fine. It's fine. Totally and utterly fine. I'm not upset at all. What are you talking about? Okay, off we hop. She's cheap. Oh, goodness. I don't even remember what that one was about. But I actually get into the habit of checking every spawn point and killing any critters that are there. So that they might actually spawn as battle pets. What's everyone up to this weekend? Catching up on the last couple days worth of things that I didn't manage to get done, I think. But then there's a new restaurant. Well, no, it is reasonably new. I think it's the last couple of months they've opened. And they seem to be fairly reasonably priced, so I'd like to give them a try. But we will see. There are priorities that must be met first. Like getting tasks completed. I'm having a little bit too much fun, hey? Button. How about yourself, dude? What are you up to? Oh, and then obviously streaming on Sunday. Obviously. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da. where am I? Morg, Mana, Neke, and Gorp. Congratulations to all of you on your bonus shit. Well done. Not really sure. I know next weekend's gonna be busy. Just a quiet one this weekend. Sounds like a plan. You need a quiet one every so often. So to school Monday. Can't get them too worn out. Yep. For sure. Okay. Ah, sorry, that was me. I don't know what I did, but that was me. Cool. Okay, this button. Alright, so let's go find the next spawn. Or next critter to kill. In a murderous mood this evening.
Our enemies amass outside Helgard Keep. Thin their numbers before they have the chance to strike.
So it looks like something is spawning at every point. It's just that I wasn't killing the critters before, so it got to be all critters. Which was a silly mistake of me to make, wasn't it? Well, that was easy. It exploded. Oh. There's another vile death roach that is a critter. Bastard. That's a regular death roach. Bum, 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 bum. Da-lum, da-lum. I think it might be almost time to heal my pets. They're getting a bit low. There's always one that's a pain in the arse, eh? Always one. That's a really quick respawn for that one, though. So hopefully that's a good indication that I'm doing the right thing now. critter. I'm like, where is it? Death Roach. Taking bets. Am I going to spend the entire stream looking for this singular pet? That's right. How come you have to kill these critters? I don't have to technically, but it's a better strategy. So I'm looking for a particular battle pet. The battle pet is called the Vile Death Roach. And it spawns in rarely, like it's really, really rare. So when you have a spawn location for a battle pet, it usually shares one with a critter. So when it spawns in, it chooses either critter or battle pet, and then it chooses which critter or which battle pet, but it's a one singular spawn location. So if I'm not finding any battle pets, but I find a critter in a place that a battle pet should be, if I kill that critter, it has a chance to respawn as a battle pet. Of a different type, or the same type, or whatever. So yeah, it's, if you're hunting, like if you're actively hunting for a particular battle pet, it's always a good idea to clear out the critters that you find in their spots. Just might make your hunt a touch faster. Example, this little asshole is the one I'm looking for. It's a Vile Death Roach, but it's a critter. So I get rid of it in the hopes that when it respawns as a battle pet that I can catch. Hello, Dunno. Where are we going? Here's our next one. That one I killed because it meant that I wouldn't be able to mount. That's got no actual, like, purpose. Got you since I need a bit of luck for that, which I do not have. Yeah, look, I mean, my luck is not terrible, but it's not great either. I have average luck. So what I do have, however, is stubbornness, not patience, stubbornness. So when I want something, I will bash my head against it until it does what I want it to do. So, yes. Which sometimes is good because it means I get what I need or I get what I want, but sometimes it means that I spend the entirety of a stream in the moor looking for a single battle pet. At least I got the rest of them. I didn't have any of the pets here. Oh, excuse me, and now I have all but one of them. So that's a start, you know? That's a good thing. That's a good thing. There we go. It's a death roach. And usually you can kill a battle pet as well. So if it's one that you don't want, you can kill it. But in the moor, they did something a little bit different and you can't kill it, like just with an ability. You actually have to get into battle and kill the frontline pet. Once you've killed that frontline pet, you can abandon, but you have to kill the frontline to make the whole thing despawn. Yes. Well done, Sheba. And Mike as well. Patient, I'm stubborn. That's it. That's it. I'm not patient, I'm stubborn. Dum, 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 dum. Banana. Cool. So now I can abandon. Onward. Another death roach. Itchy nose. Okay, I can leave. Wait, why? Oh, it's a blue quality one. No, I don't care. I'm like, why? No. Although, actually, while I'm here, I might as well, right? One less stone I have to use. I wouldn't care if it was like green or whatever, but blue one will prevent me from having to buy another stone. I'm really close to having enough pet token things for Scout as well. The new pet from Iskara. Not new, like new with the expansion, but like the one from Iskara with 5,000 polished pet token. What's its? I think I'm at 4,600, which is good because I spent all of them buying all the other pets, not realizing there was one for 5k. So that's really funny. What tokens it is? Not as much as 10k for the Ruby Bobbleworm or whatever it was. Topaz? Ruby? I can't remember which one. But yeah. 5k for Scout. It was a little foxlet. What's it, I think? No. There you go. Thought it was a fox. It's not. It's a puppy. For about apparently so, because it's there. And it's 5,000 tokens. On your bike. Get on with it then. Come on. I'm running BFA and they never made a battle put out of it. I was so sad. Well, there you go. There you go. There we go. So we've upgraded our Death Roach. Stop pestering me about upgrades for that one. You can get different traps, yes. It's just by upgrading it by going and doing your achievements and stuff. So Pet Battle Achieves have, some of them have like a, obviously you get pets and stuff for some of them, but there are some...
their numbers before they have the chance to strike.
It might have been some of the... It must have been some of the lower ones then. But yeah, there were, at least there used to be. I don't know if it still does anymore, but as you go along and complete the quests and the achievements and stuff like that, you can upgrade it, because it starts off at like, what is it, like every time it fails, it increases it by like 10% or 15% or 20% or something, but it eventually upgrades to like a 30% chance. So if it fails the first time, it ups the chance of success the next time by 30%, and then another 30 if it fails again. So it can only really fail 3 times, and then it's guaranteed to work on the 4th. But yeah, you get them by pet battling. And as it upgrades the quality of it, it also upgrades the model, or changes the model. Might not necessarily be an upgrade to some, depending on your personal aesthetics, but yeah. Pro Pet Crew. Thank you, Amro. Much appreciated. But yeah, check through the achievements you don't have. And I'm sure it'll have, unless it's like well beyond. But yeah, just if you catch more pets, you level them up and all that kind of stuff. There's also, I'm certain that there'll be a guide for it on Zufu's or somewhere like that, to tell you exactly where you get each of the upgrades from. I just don't remember off the top of my head because, unfortunately, not as like a toot my own horn thing, but it has been multiple years since I picked them up, so I just genuinely don't remember where they've come from. But there are guides out there that I'm sure can tell you. But welcome on in, Amro. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for joining us. Is that? No. It's gonna keep telling me about that upgrade unless I catch it, isn't it? Let's just do that then. I caught a pristine trap. Thank you. Yeah, I've got pristine. Attempt to catch a pet below 35% health. Capture chances increased by 30% each time you fail. There are a couple of upgrades, and I think this is just the top one. Yeah. So that means I gotta do stuff to get the thing. That's why I said on your bike. Go on, go get it. I've upgraded our death roach. Brand new sentence right there. I know, right? It's, look, it's an interesting one. Good morning, Dave. Welcome back. Welcome back. Best. Well, thank you, War. Hope you are having a wonderful day. Okay, I can leave now because I've caught that one. That's how it works, right? Or does it abandon that now that I've left the... It does. Brilliant. It's okay, though. I was trying to get it to despawn anyway, so that's a benefit. Was there like 3 seconds? Yes, there was. Good. Alright, onwards to the next spawn location, where we're going to kill a death roach. Thought my trap had changed since DF. I've not that many pets that I'm aware of. Interesting. Well, look, yeah, you do get rewards for leveling them as well as just like catching them and stuff like that. So, I hope you all took advantage of Squirt Day yesterday in US Oceanic. I certainly did. 68 pets cleared out of my leveling list. Done. And now I'm adding more to it, which is great. Which is great. Things change my talents for new mouse, a different set of buttons. Tried to let him hit Mythic 10. Oh well, look, you get used to the new setup. You'll be fine. Only one way to get used to it, and that's to use it, right? Check after work about 6 hours. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. Battling is deep, dark rabbit hole, isn't it? It most certainly is. As is collecting in general. Because, I mean, like, I do the battles, but I just kind of grab a strategy off Zufu's and roll with it. So it's not super duper, that part of it isn't super duper involved for me, but like the hunting them down and catching them and all that kind of stuff is, We get there. We get there. But I do love my collecting. Pets, mounts, transmog. Eventually, maybe toys, titles. Wouldn't that be fun? I mean, we've done a couple of toy streams, but like, not as many as we have transmog or pets. Pets are something I've shifted my focus back to, what with the new achievements. I know I can't get the 1600 achieve yet. I can't. There are too many, it would literally require me to get every single pet available to me. Every single pet available to me. Because then the 1601st is the reward for getting the 1600 pets. So it's not available to me because I've got too many that I don't have because they're unavailable or whatever. But, but I'd like to get in a better position so that when they release another couple pets, I can just sort of like snap them up and get it. But things like the Honor 400 pet, no. That's not going to be happening for a very long time. Hello, I just made a new account, so I'm a bit new, but not at the same time, but hello, Kay. Hello. Welcome on in. A new Twitch account or a new WoW account? Or a bit of both. Both is a valid answer too. New Twitch account, wonderful. What made you decide to get a new Twitch account? Right, let us leave this. You there can be smooshed. I got banned because I'm 13. It logged me out. I just took a break. Well, if you got banned, you can't delete it because you got banned. But you shouldn't be banned because you're 13. If you're under 13, you'll get banned. Because terms of service say you've got to be minimum 13 to use the platform. Just as a heads up. I have thinks I'm younger than 13. Is that because you are younger than 13? Usually when people put birth dates in their accounts, they lie and say they're older. They don't lie and say they're younger. Unless, you know, they're child predators, which is not okay. Not to mention this stream is intended for mature audiences. It is, but that's not what we're flagged as at the moment, Sheeps. Because if I'm flagged as that, we can't get on Twitch front page. Fun facts with fear. Because we've got backfill at the moment. I can't get backfill unless I flag it as, unless I take the flag off. Yes. That's okay. It is very much worth mentioning that we do talk about adult things. Like, we do. We talk about adult things, and we talk about those things with respect and all that stuff. And so if we do start on a conversation about adult themes that makes you feel uncomfortable or makes you feel like you shouldn't be a part of it for whatever reason, we will not hold it against you if you leave. I'll never hold that against anybody if they chose not to watch my stream anymore, either temporarily or permanently. But yeah, I am definitely not for kids. I'm a grown-ass woman. I'm about to turn 33, and I don't make kids content. To put it bluntly, I don't make kids content. That doesn't mean that you're not welcome here, as long as you are not breaking TOS. As streamers, we are obligated to ban people for breaking the terms of service and to report them to the platform for doing that. But yeah, just to be very, very, very clear, there may be conversations that are above your head, not trying to belittle you or anything like that. It's just, you know, one person has 13 or 14 years of life experience. I have 33 years of life experience. That's 20 additional years, longer than you have been alive. I've twice as, yeah, anyway. So that means that there are going to be some things that we talk about that you just haven't encountered in life yet. And that's okay. But those things may make you uncomfortable. And it is up to you to remove yourself from that situation. Or up to a parent to determine whether or not you need additional context.
Our enemies amass outside
Parental
Hellguard Keep.
guardian.
Thin their numbers
It's not my
before they
job.
have the chance
I'm not your mother. Basically. Alrighty. Right, so let's kill this first one and then move on to the next one. But yeah, look, I am all for folks, like, you know, broadening their horizons and mindsets and seeking out information that they may not be privy to yet and stuff like that, as long as it's age appropriate. That's a big one. Like, age appropriate is important. It's not about, you know, oh, you're young, so you're stupid. No, not at all. Many young people are highly, incredibly intelligent. But also, brain development is a scientific fact. And as you age, your brain develops in a certain way that can allow you to have the maturity to be able to deal with certain topics of conversation with maybe more grace than you did 2 to 3 years ago, 4 to 5 years ago, 7 or 8 years ago. You know, it depends on your age. But yeah, it's just keep your own health and wellness in mind, and don't subject yourself to conversations that you don't feel comfortable having, because that's, you know, it's part of consent, right? You can consent to being part of conversation, and you can withdraw that consent at any stage by muting or leaving the stream. Entirely up to you, and we will not ever hold that against you. Actually, nice meeting you. But yeah, bye, no worries. Nice to meet you too. Have a fantastic day. Also, minors online who really, really love to play the but I'm a minor card when faced with an adult space they decided to enter. Correct. And I do, I very much acknowledge that I don't have this stream is intended for mature audiences checkbox done. Like, that's unticked at the moment. However, that doesn't mean it's for children. There's not like, you know, you have spaces that are for adults and you have spaces that are for children. There is a space in between that where everybody is welcome, but each individual has to take responsibility for themselves, their contributions, and how they respond to what's going on in that space. Like, you know, we've had fundraising streams for certain illnesses and stuff like that, and there have been people who have had, at that time, family members experiencing those illnesses, and it was just too much for them emotionally to be barraged with 6 hours of talking about this illness constantly. And so they decided to remove themselves from that situation. That's valid. That's okay. I am never in a million years gonna hold that against somebody. Like, fuck no. Fuck no. But yeah, it's, yeah, you've gotta kind of take responsibility for your own shit, though. Especially, like, if you're claiming that you're mature enough to enter those kinds of spaces, you are therefore mature enough to know, I don't want to be a part of this conversation, for whatever reason, so I am going to leave. You don't walk into a conversation and demand they change the topic. You leave the conversation if you don't want to talk about that thing. At least that's my personal viewpoint. That's how I behave. That's what I would do, and that was what I would hope. It's like going into a stream and saying, hey, stop playing WoW. You should play Fortnite instead. No. Like, You know, like don't tell a streamer what to play unless they are literally like have a suggestions box where it's tell me games to play. But in that, you know, unless they are asking for suggestions, no, you don't get to enter a conversation and determine the topic. You can absolutely ask a question that's off topic, and if that starts a whole brand new conversation, then sure. But like, you know, thinking about going into a mental health fundraising stream and saying, hey, stop talking about depression. No. You know? Like, guys. Oh, for God's sake. Why you have this name? What does it mean? Fiamma, my username, it's Italian for flame. I play a fire mage in WoW, and have for almost 16 years now. And yeah, so that's her name, and I've used it as my own username online as well. Big, Neke, Bearded, and Mart, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. Good job. For someone promoted by Blizzard, you narf swear. I do. I do swear. Peggy 13, right? I'm not rated Peggy 13, and you might actually notice on the WoW box it actually says like online experience may change. Let me just grab the actual wording for that. Battle.net shop. No, it's us.shop, isn't it? Shop.battle.net. God damn, so many dots. Where? Product details. Where is... Also, Peggy isn't Australian either. It's M. Age rating M. Fantasy violence, online interactivity. That's for Australia. If I click M... Oh, it just goes to the website for what's it? Online interactivity. World of Warcraft. Is it going to show me all the different expansions? It absolutely is. Where is... Warcraft Dragonflight. Does it have Dragonflight individually, or is it just the... No, it doesn't. Where's the... Give me just WoW then. What does it say? What is the specific wording? Fantasy violence, online content variable. What does that mean though? It used to have this whole like, on the box, I remember when I bought like the BC box way back when, it would say like, this is the rating of the shit we've made, but because you're interacting with other people, we can't control what they say, and so the rating might be higher, is kind of the essence of the sentence. But yeah, like, there is actually no in-game what's it against swearing or anything. It's all about like intent towards others. It's about abuse. It's about racism, homophobia, etc. Like being nice to one another. Like there isn't actually anything in the TOS about swearing specifically, which I find really interesting, because a lot of countries are like, they do not like swearing as part of the societal culture, which, you know, it's fine. But Australia, we are quite different in that regard. Click the link, log in with Twitch, drag and drop your units to the battlefield. Right, I can finally actually squish this bug. But yeah, I mean, same thing as we were talking about before. You know, if you're not comfortable with the conversation, especially online, you have every right to withdraw your consent to the conversation and leave. But, you know, you don't walk into a place and be like, no, you can't talk about this. It's like, well, we were having the conversation and you joined us, so, AAs. There, look. This is what we do. It is Friday Cthulhu, welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. Oh gosh, that one's at 14%. You know what? I'm gonna go to the other one instead and then heal them after this one. Okay, yeah. How did you come up with your name dance? What does it mean to you? Does Blizzard know you swear? They do. They do. In fact, it was the first thing that I told when they asked me if I wanted to go to the launch. I'm like, you do realize, like yes, but I'm a sweary person. It's like literally in my bio. They're like, yeah, we know. We good. We good. Already killed that one. I can't do it again. Right, healing. Healing completed. You're just saying it's promoted to all Battle.net users. It's actually not. It's regional. The Battle.net launcher is 100% regional. So if you're in Australia or New Zealand, you'll see a range of Australian and New Zealand based creators, depending on what time they're live. Like we've all kind of got different slots that we pop up on. But if you're outside of that area, sometimes we pop up in Europe, but not always. Like it's not a permanent guaranteed thing, but we are definitely on AU and Z. And then, yeah, anywhere outside of that, no. None of them know who the hell I am. So outside of that, nobody knows who we are. Yeah, not all Battle.net users. Not all Battle.net users. And a lot of people don't actually use the launcher either, especially if they only play one Blizzard game. People tend to have like the shortcut to the installation of the specific game that they play, and they don't actually use the launcher. I love using launcher personally because it means I don't have to type in my goddamn password every time. It just kind of, you know, zooms me through as part of the connection through the Battle.net. But to each their own. Some people prefer to enter that every time. Oh, and the authenticator. God. I mean, I understand why we have all these steps, but it also is just a pain in the butt. So I like not having to do all that every time. No, crap. And that's one that lasts forever as well. Oh well. There's very aware of Fee's content, how she speaks and what she talks about. Indeed. It's been nearly 2 years. Can you believe that? Australia. Shit's fine, mate. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I know you're not Peggy, but the Peggy rating does say frequent scenes of mild violence and use of offensive language. Well, there you go. There you go. I'm guessing they're referring to when one of the orcs, I can't remember which orc, but I'm guessing they're referring to the time that they called Sylvanas a bitch. Like, I remember hearing that voice line, I just went, what just happened? Because I think prior to then I hadn't heard a swear in the game, and then I think they went back and changed it. Because someone kind of said, yeah, look, we wanted the moment to have impact, but then we kind of went back later and changed it because we realized, like, you know, sometimes we have parents playing with their kids and all that kind of stuff, and it's like, yeah, but, okay. I mean, how young a child are you showing this quest chain to? But, yeah. Look, my personal thing is that, like, swearing, they are words. Like, all words have power, but it is, like, it's the power that we ascribe to them. Some people don't like swearing, and that's totally fine, and they're welcome to stick to areas that restrict or disallow those kind of words. If and or when I have children, I don't have kids, but I will not restrict my speech around them. However, I will absolutely contextualize it and teach them that although we're comfortable with these words at home, there are a lot of people out in the world who are not comfortable with these words, and you need to, like, choose times and places. And if there's, you know, a dear friend of mine, who's uncomfortable with that or doesn't want me swearing around their children, then I will adjust my behavior around them. But this is my space, this is my home, and so I'm gonna behave the way I feel comfortable behaving, as long as it's within TOS. Because we abide by TOS in this house. Good morning, Darkin. Welcome on in. How am I doing? Yeah, okay. I'm doing okay. I'm My lips keep getting stuck to my trays, my aligners, and which is really annoying and uncomfortable. But more, I just want this bloody pet. There's one pet that I'm trying to find, and it's refusing to spawn, and I've been here for like 2 hours at this point, and I just want my pet. So yeah, look, I'm good. I just want my pet. Hope you're doing well. When Blizzard asked if you want to be on the Battle.net launcher, I'm betting you said fuck yes. I didn't. I was incredibly professional. I was terrified of saying the wrong thing. Like, it was... I will never forget. I will never forget. Like, I had woken up, I was lying in bed, I'd grabbed my phone, I was, you know, scrolling through Twitter of a morning, as you do. And then I got the, you know, when you're on the app, you know, if you get like a follow, if you get a new follower, it like, you get a notification or whatever, but if you're on your phone in the app, it just comes down from the top as like a drop down for a second and then it goes away and it said Blizzard_ANZ has followed you back. And I was like, immediately took a screenshot and posted it in a group chat of friends that I have and was like, guys, what do I do? I'd been tagging them in my Go Live tweets and they had hosted me a couple times and they had retweeted my Go Live tweet a couple times. And I was like, you know, I'm like, do I thank them for the support they've been showing me, or is that unprofessional? Like, what do I do here? And they were all just like, ha, in all caps, and none of us knew what to do. And while we were panicking back and forth, they sent me a DM. And the DM was essentially, would you like to be on the launcher? And I was like, yes. Yes. And then obviously clarifying a bunch of stuff like, you know, you are aware that I swear, right? And stuff like that. But it was a whole thing. That whole morning was just jam-packed full of adrenaline. And it changed my life, literally. Like, I'm not kidding, I'm not exaggerating, it changed my life. Being able to work with Blizzard on being on the launcher led to a couple of sponsored streams. Both the sponsored streams and being on the launcher then led to Blue Microphones reaching out and sending me the Yeti X, well, the Warcraft edition microphone, which, because Blue Microphones is a subsidiary of Logitech, led me to be able to partner with them and go through and do Clash of the Creator, which was a contest, which just, God, never again. And then eventually that led to me being affiliated with them and then having those big names on my, essentially my CV, my resume, has led to a lot more work from there. But Blizzard was the Blizzard ANZ. Sorry, it's grey and I don't care. All of that has led to so many more opportunities and getting paid. Like, the final day of the Clash of the Creator competition was the day I hit partnership requirements for Twitch. They rejected me first round because obviously I'd had a massive spike throughout the competition, so they wanted to make sure I could maintain it. I did. A month later I applied and was almost overnight accepted. And then through that, I've had, I worked with La Roche-Posay, a skincare brand. I've worked with Felix Mobile. I'm currently working with Fractal. Like, there have been so many amazing opportunities that I've had, and it all started taking off with Blizzard. And so I'm just so grateful to them. So grateful to them for, like, taking a risk, you know, taking a chance on me. Yeah, be awesome. Hello, Thavasi. Most days new. No way, really? Interesting. I know so in Australia and New Zealand, I know I'm on there Friday, Sunday, Monday from 4 till 10 because those are my stream hours. And I do know that other creators who are on the launcher, some of them don't stream as many days and some of them stream shorter and stuff like that. It depends. So obviously we can only be on the launcher when we're live. because it's the whole live now thing. So if they are live less frequently, or if they don't just play WoW, if they play other games as well, then you'll see them less often, especially if you log in at different times of the day. If you always log in the morning and you're in the UK, then you're likely to see me on those days. But if you're always logging in at night in Australia, then again, but if you log in during the day, you'll have some of our daytime streamers and stuff like that. So it really just depends when you look. But I promise you, I'm definitely not the only one there. And the other people who are on the launcher are just lovely humans. Nick Beckwith is a lovely human. I've met him a couple of times, and he's just always such a joy to interact with. Darkmech, obviously, he's just great. Haughty Chicken is lovely, although I'm not sure if she's on there anymore. I know she definitely was. Not sure if she still is. I've seen Desley? I think it's Desley. Fuck, I know it's Des. I've just forgotten the second section. And Tan Queen has been on there lately as well, which is really great to see. There's a whole bunch of people that I've seen cycle through. Some people only want to be on there a little bit because it does tend to bring an influx of people sometimes, and it can make your moderators work. But yeah, no, it's a fantastic opportunity, and I'm really, really grateful for it. In all fairness, that's why I use the launcher. Only Google knows most of my passwords. I don't know most of them either. Yeah, it's... Also, that time Uther dropped a C-bomb. Did he? When? I don't remember that. Goodness gracious. Good evening, Seeker. Welcome back. All of the cuss words. Yeah, I did, I swear. I knows. Right, so I'm done. I finally got the one we were here for after 2.5 hours. So let's reroll. Find the next pet we're going to be chasing. What is that? I was wondering when this one would come up. I'm shocked I still don't have this bloody pet. It's a raid pet. It's from Tok. Is Tok? It is shared. All right, so I'm gonna go do 25 then. But this one I can actually cycle through characters until we get it, because I obviously it's been years and I have farmed it on and off. I was wondering when this one would finally make an appearance. It's Trial of the Grand Crusader technically, isn't it? Yeah. Well, that's the heroic one. Grand Crusader's heroic, yeah. There we go. That's why I like Zygor, because it just tells me how to get there. Okay, everyone's going well. I hope you can say the same. Kids are going to learn the words anyway, might as well be the one teaching them. Yeah, and putting it in context as well. That, to me, that's what's important. Love swearing about working a job that frowns on it. Fair. Let's get my home. I'm going to do the fuck I want. Yes, it. That's it. This is my space. Well, it's not. That's funny, right? I have 2 teenage children. We have rules around swearing. They're allowed to swear in the right context, not in public or around other children. And to be honest, they hardly ever swear. Yeah, I think that's one of the big things. Like when I was a teen, I was allowed to wear what I wanted. I dyed my hair. I was allowed to get piercings. I didn't, but I was allowed to. Like there were just so many things that. And it was always, you know, it was kind of like if you want to try drinking, let us know. We'll get you some stuff and we can drink at home so you can understand how much you can drink and how it makes you feel. And if anything goes wrong, we'll be here to help you and all that kind of, it was always a really, really big focus on safety. And so I never felt a need to go out and sneak around and do that shit, because if I wanted to, I could just ask and I could do it. Like, do you know what I mean? It was, obviously, again, age appropriately. Mum wasn't offering me booze when I was 8. But it's like once I got to the age where people were sneaking out and doing stupid shit and stuff, I was always I was trusted. I felt like I had the trust of my parents, and that I could actually go to them even if I did sneak out, if I got myself into a situation I didn't feel comfortable in. I knew that I could call my mum and she'd come and get me no matter where I was, no matter what the time of night was. and she wouldn't judge me for getting there. She'd just make sure I was safe, and then we'd have a conversation about what the fuck I was doing, kind of thing. Like, but yeah, it's I'm really appreciative for that experience. I know that not everyone gets that. Yeah. So many hearts. I know, so many hearts, my lord. Finally, I know, right? It spawned! Another thing which leads to opportunities is social media. It absolutely is.
Welcome, champions. You have heard the call of the
I pinky promise. Oh, Hyper cannot do links.
Face your greatest challenges.
Hyper cannot do links.
Those of you who survive the rigors of
What button are you using to highlight the pets?
on its march to Ice Crown City.
What do you mean by highlight? What I think you might be talking about is the thing above their head. That's the interact with key. That's the enable interact key.
I've seen more.
So that you get, like, when you get, like, when I got close to that dude, he got the speech bubble above his head because he's someone that I can talk to. Anything that's interactable will have something like that pops up.
Steel yourselves, heroes, for the Twin Terrors, Acid Maw and Dread Scale. Enter the arena.
Did I kill that too fast? Did I bug it out? Probably.
The air itself freezes with the
Luckily, it's this first boss that drops the hunting horn.
ice hound.
But I feel like I should clear the place anyway.
Killed champions.
Because I don't think it's going to take me long anyway.
This menagerie has been vanquished.
No pet. Alright, do I clear the raid? Or do I just keep switching and just doing the first boss? See, like, yeah, so, like, there's, like, no speech bubble? Speech bubble, because I can interact with him. It's the same thing, except it was the pet battle symbol. Farming you elemental pest rat presence is a good idea. Yes! Gonna need some more cages next week. Definitely. Send me through the crafting orders. Happy to do it. The presents, no for my Ghostbuster gun. Was bored of drinking by the time I turned 18. Fair. Kinda wish I had the parents you had. I don't mean to, again, not meaning to brag or anything. I do get that a lot. My parents are fucking amazing. Like, I really won the lottery in the parent department. My mum, my dad, my stepdad, all absolutely phenomenal humans who just, yeah, I would not be anywhere close to where I am without them. Yeah, they rock. Rabbit flies and these Dragonland didn't realize. And they droopy tread water in the air. So cute. That's adorable. I was pretty much the same way. I remember when I was teen, hanging out with my friends or staying somewhere overnight. Should always stay awake or have a phone set to be really loud just in case I called her late to come get me. Yeah. Yeah. And it was, yeah, that was the thing. Like, it's like, you know, yeah, this is my first priority is to keep you safe, and I will do what it takes, kind of thing. And it wasn't free reign for me to get myself into stupid trouble and shit, but I didn't rebel. Like, I legitimately just didn't rebel. I mean, I talked back, and I was very opinionated and outspoken at times, which was not always, you know, the nicest thing, and
Thank you, High Lord.
there were,
Challengers.
because we were not exactly the most financially well off, there were a lot of things that I wanted to do that I couldn't, and I had a bit of anger around that. I like to think understandably. It wasn't anybody's fault, but I was frustrated that there were these opportunities that my friends had that I didn't. But I didn't do anything, like, I mean, I swore at her a bunch, which, you know, makes me feel pretty bad later on. But
Your arrogance will be your undoing.
as far as you stereotypical teenagers go, I've been told I was a pretty damn good one.
Quickly, heroes. Destroy the demon lord before it can open a
I know
portal.
that same
to its
scenario,
twisted
in the
demonic
much younger
realm.
school did the first sleepover last weekend, literally across the road. There's been some sleepless nights.
Lord of the Burning Legion.
The loss of Wilfred Fizzlebang while unfortunate, should be a lesson to those of you who dare to dabble in dark magic. Alas, you are victorious, and now must face the next challenge.
Treacherous Alliance dogs. You summon a demon lord against
Yeah, I want to do this.
the Horde?
I'll have to have someone near me that can wake me up. That phone does not wake me up until its go to work alarm.
Doesn't need the help of a demon lord to deal with horror.
Every noise I woke up going, where is my squid? Oh, Seeker.
Everyone,
Bigger hugs. What's the saying? Strict parents create sneaky
there
children.
is no
Yeah.
conspiracy at play.
The more rules you make,
The warlock
the more ways they'll find around them, right?
outside of influences from the Alliance. The tournament must
Like
go
when you
on.
tell them don't do something, they will find a way to do it usually. Like they will find a way. And if they don't find a way, one of their friends will. Like
The next battle will be against the Argent Crusade's most powerful
Super's
knights.
happy and likely asleep,
Only
yeah.
by defeating them
Yeah.
will you be deemed worthy.
Look, Jas, I think like
Honor has been besmirched
at the moment your go to wake alarm is the only thing that wakes you up.
against us.
But maybe
Justice.
if one day you're a father,
My champions to fight in place of your knights, Tyrion.
you might find that you sleep a lot shallower
Very well.
because of the situation that you're in.
Fight with
Like, you know what I mean? Life finds a way. It bloody well does, doesn't it?
Heroes, honor your king and
Bloody well does.
That was just a taste of what the future brings. For the Horde!
Just any good lord.
Shallow and tragic victory.
Oh no.
We are weaker as a whole from the losses suffered today. Who but the Lich King could benefit from such foolishness?
Where is my
Warriors
transbook?
have lost their lives, and for what? The true threat looms ahead.
Might find your partner kicking you when you don't wakes you, or maybe that is just me with my SO. Oh dear.
Only by working together will you overcome the final
And Log
challenge.
shall sleep.
From the depths of Ice Crown come two of the Scourge's most powerful lieutenants. Fearsome Valkyr, winged harbingers of the Lich King.
Seems to be what happens at my place. Do not wait for squids. Be like Tectus, be the mountain, and betrothed to Log. Oh no.
Master. For the Lich
Still question the might of the Horde.
will die.
We will take on all comers.
A mighty blow has been dealt to the Lich King. You have proven yourselves as able-bodied champions of the Argent Crusade. Together, we will strike against Ice Crown
Minimap
Citadel
playing funny.
and destroy what remains of the Scourge. There is no challenge that we cannot face united.
You will have your challenge.
Correction, betrothed only means engaged. It does. It does.
Arthur,
I thought it was a bit odd, but I didn't want to, like, correct you, because, I mean, like, I don't know your personal situation.
I will grant you a
The Nerubians built an empire beneath the frozen wastes
Just
of
me
your
thinking it was the whole process. Nah,
empire that you
nah.
so
It's an engaged.
built your structures.
You're you are betrothed, and I believe you can also speak about the person as your betrothed.
of your
And there's also a betrothal as another valid word.
ordering.
I've been divorced so in the last few weeks, yeah. Well, I didn't want to assume, I couldn't recall whether or not you had specifically said that you were married. And I didn't want to assume that you were just because you had kids, you know? Like that's, in this day and age, it all goes, as long as everyone's happy and healthy. Appreciate the thought. Hey, finally, something tasty. All right. That's funny. All right, so I am gonna switch tunes and see if I can finally get this bloody pet. Because it's supposed to be like a 1 in 20 drop, and I apparently have 10 attempts according to that. But I have 60 tunes, so let's see. Let's see. Loggen Sie outen. Wait, that might have been a shared appearance, actually, because it didn't make the numbers go up on ATT. I'm a little bit angry now. Banana, banana. Give you $5 and half a ham sandwich. Are you replying to the right message? Or is that a I'll give you this to divorce? I'm confused. Welcome back. Oh dear. That sounded like ice. Okay, trial oif. Grand Crusader. It's gonna take a little longer to get there when I'm not on a mage. I've had worse offers. You and me both. Notice? No, notice. Oh, as in your, like... Huh? Not ice. Ah! Yeah, because notice is an actual word. That sounded like ice. I'm disappointed now. I'm looking forward to bubble tea. Oh, what did you end up picking up from Woolies? Unless it's something that's not to be discussed on stream. Because, I don't know. Oh, and have you opened the fridge? That's bad things to just get. It definitely can. Depends on the kind of ice you're talking. It's like you're giving to see notice of my impending divorce. Teeth and brain also, yes. I mean, both kinds of ice do terrible things to my teeth at the moment. What with the sensitivity from the whitening gel. Chicken I cooked for dinner came out of the bin. Oh, as in like the crisper bin in the bottom of the fridge. I was like, the trash? Why are we eating trash chicken? I was very confused. You're welcome. You're welcome. Ice and salt do horrible things to your skin. Yes. Although salt can also do really good things to your skin. Depending. Oh, wow. I'm still missing shit from the... Jesus. Why are these all different appearances? I don't understand. It's really quite upsetting. I'm in the trash, but the crisper works too. Oh, God. Bin chicken, we call them ibis. They are supposed to be, like, they're supposed to be called ibises. But we call them bin chickens. It gets me. Putting salt on your skin, then ice on top actually harms you. My friend Big Scars should be challenged. I mean, salt on your skin and then ice on top. What does it do? Like, it's just water and salt, right? Like... I ever want to say again, but yeah. Fair. Right, so it reduces the temperature of the ice even further. So it causes frostbite. How does it do that? How? Like science. Salt reduces the temperature of the ice to 1.4 degrees Fahrenheit, cold enough to cause frostbite and second-degree burns. The effects of rubbing salt and ice on the skin are not often noticeable until numbness or redness wears off. Therefore, many kids don't receive medical attention until serious injury, including nerve damage in some cases, has occurred. Some injuries have been severe enough to require hospitalization. But how does it work? The burns to the skin are similar to frostbite, as adding salt to ice or ice water lowers the temperature further than regular freezing temperature for water. Right, so salt water... Water freezes at 0 degrees, but salt water freezes at a lower temperature. It's called a eutectic frigorific mixture. I'm not even kidding. Eutectic frigorific mixture, and can result in temperatures reaching as low as negative 18 F or negative 28 C. You don't put that on your skin. Ooh, tasty. Thank you.
One tray chicken and green stuff.
One tray chicken green stuff.
Yeah, that's
Love
what
it.
I'm gonna call it.
I love that. It looks so vibrant. It looks like spring in a bowl. Where's this? Martin, Wom, and Meal, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done.
Yeah, that's weird.
What's weird? Yeah, weird though. They use salt to get rid of ice. Yeah, because salt, like, it melts it. Melting takes energy from the environment. And I'm guessing also the fact that it melts it, but it keeps it at the same temperature, because salt water at the same temp is just water, not ice. And so that's why they use it, maybe? Work on it. Right? Isn't it a beautiful phrase? I mean, terrible, but beautiful. Are you comfortable with being called Jazz Daddy?
No, that's the weird bit.
Right, okay.
Here, have a bubble tea. Bye. I have pieced around.
Oh, are you not wrapping presents anymore? Are you done?
I've wrapped half of them.
Okay, sounds good.
I think.
Yeah. And the next box you open, it's like a million tiny
presents
objects.
in it.
Yeah.
That's why I said the I think. I'm like,
Yeah. So you've wrapped everything in one of the boxes.
Yeah, the big box.
Perfect. And the other one's just bags, isn't it?
Heck
Or is there
if
another...
I know.
Oh, there's another box. I don't remember. That's
Box
fine.
2, electric
Electric
boogaloo.
boogaloo. Future has a phase transition that requires a lot of energy to occur. Yeah, that's so interesting.
Cold for the cold.
I'm so sorry to hear about your poor friend, Sheebs. I am, however, fascinated by the science side of this, and I do apologize for seeming, like, not concerned, you know what I mean? So, Jack. All good, Hyper. It's, you know, part of the thing. You do a thing, someone says, I'm not comfortable, and you apologize and you move on. It's great. It's exactly the adult way to deal with shit, hey? And I mean, look, if we're going to be adults about anything, it might as well be about that stuff. Everything else can get fucked. This bit, we can be adults about. A lot of home ice cream recipes, people say to add salt to your ice to rapid cool the surrounding area, whatever container you're using. That's so interesting. I mean, okay, so I had a slushy maker thing, and you poured your drink on the outside thing, and then in the middle you filled it with ice, and then at a certain point, and you turned it on and it would move the drink around to stop it from freezing solid, and then you added rock salt to the ice. And I didn't think it was because it made it colder. I just thought it was like to melt it all so that you had that ice, so it actually made proper contact with the metal walls that were cooling that. But that's absolutely, I've learned a new thing today, and I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Ah. 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 Yeah. The bottom one fits really, really, really snugly around my implant. And so it's a... It's a pain in the ass to get out. You put the salt into an ice bucket if you want cool wine colder soon. Interesting. gonna be adults pass. I hope you're well. Today, happy birthday. And well, thank you. Hope you're also having a wonderful day. Sorts of breathes into ions, which forces the ice to melt. Make you learn a thing is expensive, then you know what happened, my friend. No, of course. And again, I like, my God, I'm so sorry to hear that. Like, that's horrible. But yeah, look. Just don't do TikTok challenges. It's pretty simple. Like, they're stupid, and most of them will end up getting you harmed or arrested or both. Pretty endothermic steals all the surrounding thermal energy it can. That's so fascinating. Mobile for TikTok surprising. Like cinnamon challenge? Yeah. If it's a something challenge, don't do it. Like, use your common sense. Ah, I haven't done trial of the regular Crusader, so I have to do normal before I can do heroic, I think. Internet trend challenge is generally a bad idea, that's it. Cinnamon challenge was like, I don't know that was actually during the internet. I think that was pretty sure that was during the like the MySpace stage, maybe. Although I might be remembering wrong. I don't know what that is. I feel like I don't want to know. Oh, cinnamon challenge was just eating a teaspoon of cinnamon. The problem is cinnamon doesn't like it doesn't dampen properly, and so when you tried to take a breath, the air coming in would pull the cinnamon powder up through like from your mouth and down your throat and sometimes into your sinuses and possibly lungs if you were lucky enough. And cinnamon is a fucking irritant. Like it will actually give you burns, and so like, you know, people doing a thing and then kind of trying to swallow it, and then they take half an inhale, and they're like and just clouds of cinnamon like coming out of their faces basically, and but it also fucking hurts, you know, like it damages people pretty severely. And peer pressure is a thing that exists, and so everyone was doing it.
Welcome, champions. You have heard the call of the Argent Crusade.
Who's getting pricey? Better snack on some time buns.
It is here, and the Crusaders.
What about snorting 2-minute noodle beef flavoring? Look, I don't enjoy spending hours in emergency, but you do you, boo.
Who survived the rigors of the Colosseum will join the Argent
Sprouts are a bit stiff,
Crusade.
just a touch.
March to ice.
They're a little bit undercooked, but they're still pretty tasty.
Hailed
still
from
pretty
the
tasty.
deepest, darkest caverns of the Storm Peaks, Gormak the Impaler. Battle on, heroes.
I've seen more worthy challenges than a ring of blood. You waste our time.
Crunchy's better than soggy. Agreed. I agree with this. Oh, I'm not a mage. I can't just hit them one shot from a distance.
Heroes for the Twin Terrors, Acid Maw and Dread Scale. Enter the arena.
I was a mage and hang out with some morons in high school, though. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Air itself freezes with the introduction of our next combatant.
10 seconds of each other. Good.
Kill or be killed, champions. The monstrous menagerie has been vanquished.
Alright, well, I got... That's a shed appearance. And that's not the pet I wanted. But that's a different pet, I guess.
Grand Warlock Wilfred Fizzlebang will summon forth your next challenge.
This is so good. I spent a lot of time doing them last night. Yay, Sika. I'm so glad you're enjoying them. Have you gotten your achievement for doing all the advanced courses?
Thank you, High
Just let
Lord.
this place, let
Now,
the season style happen again.
I will begin the ritual of summoning. When
It is quite interesting.
fearsome Doomguard will appear.
It also makes sense lore-wise.
For oblivion!
like, it makes sense to have like an arena style thing. I wonder how you could fit that in
Ha! I have done it. Behold
these
the absolute
days.
power of Wilfred Fizzlebang,
Right.
Master Summoner.
Covering from a series of unfortunate events. Well then, Seeker, indeed. Indeed, I can't. Like, my god, Seeker.
Arrogance will be your undoing.
My god.
But I'm in charge here.
Quickly, heroes! Destroy the demon lord before it can open a portal to its twisted demonic realm.
You face Jaraxxus.
Paragon Lord of the Trifling Gnome.
Your world is doomed.
The loss
That was a
of
shared
Wilfred
appearance.
Fizzlebang, while unfortunate,
It says Source 22514 was added to your collection.
alas, you are victorious, and now must face the next challenge.
Treacherous Alliance dogs. You
Confused.
summon a demon lord against warriors of the Horde? Your deaths will be swift.
The Alliance doesn't need the help of a demon lord to deal with Horde filth. Come, pig.
Everyone, calm down.
The number hasn't
Compose
gone up.
yourselves. There is no conspiracy at play here. The Warlock acted on his own volition, outside of influences from the Alliance. The tournament must go on.
Challenging. Sounds like time to update the add-on. This is when it usually gives me a code for the appearance. Fair. Although, but this is a really old one though. Like it says Vest of Calamitous Fate was added to your collection. And then the Blizzard line that says Vest of Calamitous Fate has been added to your appearance collection. And then it says Source 22514. 47,000 was added to your collection. So I don't know. I'm not sure what that is, but that's fine.
The next battle will
I did just update it like not 10 minutes ago though. It had an update when I went looking for the pet add-on.
Our
Excuse
honor
me.
has been besmirched. They make wild
Yeah.
claims and false accusations against us. I demand justice. Allow my champions to fight in place of your knights, Tyrion. We challenge the Horde.
Very well. I will allow it. Fight with honor.
Fight for the glory of the Alliance, heroes. Honor your king and your people.
That is just a taste of what the future brings. For the Horde!
A shallow and tragic victory. We are weaker as a whole from the losses suffered today. Who but the Lich King could benefit from such foolishness? Great warriors have lost their lives, and for what?
It's a new pattern.
The true threat looms ahead. The Lich King awaits us all in death.
That's good. I'll send that to my trailer. What was the code you got? 47000, which is why I'm thinking maybe it's a bug. I mean, I know there's got to be something with that, but I'm guessing you're gonna look it up on Warehead for me.
Final challenge. From the depths of
Remember when Brackenhide is scary? Now I'm too thick to get. Ooh, I just spat a piece of
Winged harbingers
what
of the
was
Lich
that?
King.
Brussels sprout. Delightful. Gosh, it's embarrassing. Do you mean thick with multiple C's?
In the name of our God, cannot be stopped for the Lich King. You will die.
Actually knew.
We will take on all comers.
Actually knew. Right, so whenever I get an achievement and it posts it in guilds, even when it's old shit like this that I clearly already have on fair,
We will strike against Ice Crown Citadel.
Jas is taken to posting stupid shit in guild chat.
There is no
And that achievement was Salt and Pepper, 25 player. And he said, good on steak. And I'm like, hang on, I thought he meant like good on you, as in like you as in steak. And I'm like, but why am I a steak? And then I realized, no, he's talking about salt and pepper seasoning for steak.
Lay down Frostmourne
See.
and I will grant you a just death.
Here's a calamitous fate, apparently. Leather.
The Nerubians
I didn't have that drop though. That's interesting. Yeah, I think it's just a bug. Thank you so much for looking it up though, Mike. That's awesome of you. I'm used to working at a fast food chicken place. I've always loved their food. Haven't had it since she left. Her ex-coworker decided she's going to buy us a 20-piece bucket for us tomorrow as a kind gesture for everything my mom's going through. Very excited about it. Amazing. Amazing. Aww. It would have been extra funny if you were a Tauren. I'm not. I'm a troll.
Guests have arrived, just as the master promised. Blades will serve as your tomb shall overtake you.
Jesus. Okay, so Armbands of Determination dropped. That's new. Trophy of the Crusade. I need to go outside and purchase something with that, but that'll be a new piece. Plans, Breastplate of the White Knight. It's a new recipe I can send to my blacksmith. Might of the Narub I already had. Suffering's End already had. Leggings of the Lurking Threat, that's male. But yeah, that's, sure. The spam was like... the spam was real. Lucky we have a portal that I can take to get out and go turn that in to buy a thing. Little things about the most very true, mean best. Oi! Aw, that's a bit shit. I wanted to... Okay, that's fine. I didn't realize it was a portal all the way to Dalaran. I didn't read it, obviously. I thought it was just a portal upstairs. That's okay. Best egg is probably a thing somewhere. But I'm a kitty. And don't even. No. Curse of Calamitous Fate is the Alliance version of the one you got. Ah! That's why it's just a Curry Cushion or Horde Toon. What? That's fantastic. Thank you so much for that extra bit of information. That explains everything, because I got another 3 source numbered things from Anubarak. 3 source numbers. So that must be what that is as well. That's a perfect explanation. That makes so much sense. Brilliant. We all learned something new today. Oh gosh, I've learned 2 things now. Shit. Quick, gotta turn my brain off. You did! I snorted a little bit. I looked down and I went, and then I kept talking. I wasn't, It's my version of a giggle. Take what you're given. Okay. Valiant Brescia. Where be they? Okay. Cover of Triumph. And now I need to let that 2-hour timer expire and it will unlock the Alliance version. There's no, there's no, inn around here, is there? Oh no, there is. We're good. I was looking for rested. There we go. Next tune. A chortle, thank you. Beautiful word. I can't type today. So, Koalatron has just mentioned surprise mode. Jas mentioned wrapping presents earlier. So, I have a throne wish list, and there's a bunch of stuff on there. And a bunch of stuff has been purchased, and anything that arrives from Throne between now and my birthday anniversary stream, because it's my birthday in February, it's also my stream anniversary in Feb. Jeff, thank you so much for the resub. 3 months! Enjoy your new sub badge. I hope you're doing so wonderfully well today. Hello, hello. Yeah, so anything that arrives from Throne between now and the 25th of February, I have surprise mode enabled on Throne. And what that means is that if something is purchased from Throne, it alerts me that you've purchased a thing. Not well, as long as you put your username in the thing, right? It'll tell me that something has been purchased, but it won't tell me what. And then if it's from Amazon, they'll order it and ship it, and I'll just get a box and I won't know what's in it. If it's something that isn't from Amazon, Jas has so kindly offered to make the orders for me so that I don't see what's going to be in the box. And then when it gets here, it's staying in its shipping packaging until, like today, during a stream, Jas is opening the shipping boxes and gift wrapping each of the individual presents. And I've also been told that he's writing stupid shit on the outside of them for me to read. And then I'm going to unwrap all the presents during the birthday stream, during the birthday anniversary stream. And it's going to be a whole lot of fun. So just explaining, that's what surprise mode means. It means I don't know what's coming. Which is very, very cool.
By the Sunwell.
I really like they've given us that option. Hello, Kat, and thank you so much for the resub. 8 months! 8 months. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy cow. Hope you're doing well. Oh, let's try on Heroic. I don't know if I've done Heroic on this tune yet. I'm interested to see Jas's rapping skills. They are not super great. They're not as good as mine, but I also did it for a job. Like what my first ever actual proper job involved a whole lot of gift wrapping. So I absolutely do not blame him for that. It's still very funny though. Terrible, yeah. Quite a lot of sugar probably. Probably. Although I did make an effort to make it a split between sweet and savory.
Welcome, champions.
Trigger a hype train. Yes, we've got 2 minutes left to trigger a hype train.
You have boldly
Here's my number pad. Clearly had no number on. Numlock. You had numlock on. This job was Christmas wrapping at the body shop. There you go. I worked in a chocolate shop, and that was not specifically for Christmas wrapping, but we offered free gift wrapping all year round. So Easter and Christmas was terrible. Terrible.
By the Sunwell.
Carlash, thank you so much for the resub. 4 months. Amazing. And we got a hype train. My lord, if anyone's looking to pick up some of those hype train emotes, now is your time. Or a conductor badge. No worries. Thank you very much. I hope you are doing wonderfully well today.
With the introduction of our next combatant, Ice Howl. Kill or be killed, champions. The monstrous menagerie has been vanquished.
Right, so that was a new cloak. And I got the same wrong pet again. But that's fine. And I also got a leatherworking pattern that I didn't have before, so that's good. That's good.
Grand Warrior Fizzlebang will summon forth your next challenge. Stand by.
Shiva, thank you for the contribution! Much appreciated. It is so generous of you, thank you. We're just into the video. I wonder if you accidentally earned them at some point, because I knew you could do that in Canada for a while.
A fearsome doom guard will appear. Prepare for oblivion! Aha! I have done it! Behold the absolute power of Wilfred Fizzlebang, Master Summoner! You are bound to me, demon.
Trifling gnome! Your arrogance will be your undoing!
But I'm in charge here!
So apparently I don't have to do a new Barak on this tune.
Quickly, heroes.
Because I don't need, but a trophy. I do need the trophies.
Open a portal to its twisted
Never mind.
demonic realm.
You face Jaraxxus!
Paragon Lord of the Trifling Gnome.
Your world is
Ooh. Blood Fury.
The loss of Wilfred Fizzlebang, while unfortunate,
That is a fancy axe.
should be a lesson to those of you who dare to dabble in dark magic. Alas, you are
It's glowy.
victorious,
I like it.
and now must face the next challenge.
Can't wait for my 4-day weekend next week. Yes, Jeff. Rock that. That's awesome.
Demon Lord against warriors of the Horde. Your deaths will be
By the Sunwell.
Kat, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Congratulations, Mr. Moo.
Pig.
Much appreciated, Kat. Thank you for your generosity. That's so sweet of you.
Conspiracy at play here.
That is a nice boulder. It is a nice axe, though. It's glowy and green. What's not to like?
The tournament must go on. The next battle will be against the Argent Crusade's most powerful knights. Only by defeating them will you be deemed worthy.
Our honor has been besmirched. They make wild claims and false accusations against us. I demand justice. Allow my champions to fight in place of your knights, Tyrion.
So I've got that one already, technically, because it's in my bags on
Very well. I
Phelan.
will allow it. Fight with honor.
For the glory of the Alliance, heroes. Honor your king and your people.
That was just a taste of what the future brings. For the Horde!
Shallow and tragic victory. We are weaker as a whole.
Ah, and now I've got another one.
Today.
Amazing.
But the Lich King could benefit from such foolishness. Great warriors.
Leatherworking
have lost their
pattern,
lives
a
in
new
hope.
blacksmithing pattern,
The true threat looms ahead.
cleaning up.
The Lich King awaits us.
Oh,
all.
excuse me. Oh, yay! Oh, that's so good to hear, Kat. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself again.
Together will you overcome the final
I
challenge.
have no cloth items from there. None at all, Neck. Oh my goodness. See, I've always mained mage, so like my cloth is like ching. Everything else is trash. Cloth is the only thing I'm good at. Who's leading for our conductors at the moment? Kat and Sheba.
In the name of our dark master, the scourge cannot the Lich King
Oh, I got a trophy.
will die.
Amazing.
In the might of the Horde, Paladin, we will take on all comers.
I'm gonna zone out and spend that trophy just in case I don't get one from a noob, so I don't have to come back. Gauntlets of Triumph. Hello Pixie, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Fellow WoW player and pet collector, so cool to see someone streaming WoW. Hello! It me. I do that a lot. I stream like a lot of WoW. But yeah, no, today is focused on pets. As much as it may not seem like at the moment, I am actually aiming for the pet, the Magnetor hunting horn from the first boss from many moons ago. I still haven't seen it drop. I'm now at 12 attempts. But I'm rolling through. I've got a few ults, so I'm rolling through them all, trying to pick it up. And I thought while I'm here, I might as well see if I can get some transmog as well. Multiple birds, one run.
I will grant you a just death.
The Nerubians built an empire beneath the frozen wastes of Northrend. An empire that you...
Exciting. Things to get this pet. Fingers crossed, hey. Fingers crossed. I got my Vile Death Roach and I forgot to write that down. So I've gotten 6 new pets today. So far. This one takes a bit longer per attempt though, so look, we'll see. 6 new pets today. I'm at 1,416 unique now. Not too bad. Definitely getting there. Should aspire. Thank you. Thank you, Rocky. You can buy one for yourself. This is my merch. Oh, another trophy. Yay, but also, goddammit. Can I go back up? Will someone just send me up? Another way to follow me on social media. Yes, it is free. Follow me on socials. Help me become full-time streamer person. I can't just like. Oh well. Oh, battle. I said hello, Rusty. Welcome back. Congrats to our new hype train conductors. Hope you're all enjoying your new emotes if you picked them up. If you had some level 1 ones still to collect. I the cloth range classes too, but can play most of the others apart from warriors and demon hunters. Still can't seem to get those 2 classes. This is why I use my 1-button macros with GSA, because I can't. I don't have the brain power to remember all those rotations and stuff. So impressive. Well, the first one dropped yesterday. But I kept it in my bags for today because I knew people get angry at me. People get angry when I collect stuff off stream. Not really angry, like play angry. So I kept that one, so I learned it right at the start of stream. And then the first thing that ATT told me to go get was the Vile Death Roach, which is a pet, like a wild pet in the Moor. And then I remembered I didn't have any of the wild pets from the Moor, so I got all of those. It took me 2 hours to get the bloody Vile Death Roach to spawn, mind you. But, yeah, so I got those are the 5. I'm pretty sure I don't have all the timeless Isle pets. Neke, Mana, Mart, Adam, and DOS. Congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. DOS prompt. Alrighty. You absolutely can ask Pixie, and Sheba has kindly used our add-ons command there so that Koalatron has given you a list of the add-ons I use, which of course is not quite up to date, but most of everything that I use is in there. I'm pretty sure the only difference is that I've maybe disabled a couple of add-ons, but look, have a look through there, see what you like, pick and choose. A lot of the add-ons I use you can't really see on screen at the moment because they just do something little in the background or whatever. But, they're good fun. Why does that say 0 of 1 now? Good, there we go. So I'm done for trophies on this toon, which is cool. That's a nice feeling. But I'm also done with the raid on this toon. I need to switch toons and try again for that horn. Ooh, free-for-all. I just can't do the Celestial's pet fight on Timeless Isle. Oh! Have you checked Zufu's for, like, things? Give me a second. think it's you need 0. Oh, you need 0. Well, no, it was saying 0 out of 1. Usually that means you have 0 out of the 1 potentials, but then when I refreshed it, it disappeared. So it was a bit confused because it was only a currency, and I crossed off the last thing, and then it was like, huh? And so I refreshed it, was like, oh, we don't need that anymore, and I got rid of it. So it's all good. No biggie. Go. Here's another walkthrough. That's what I would recommend. So that's the Celestial Tournament section specifically of Xufu's. What I would also recommend, if you're willing to, is create an account with them and connect it to your Battle.net account and import your pets. It'll have your pets at the quality you have them at the level you have them at, and then what happens is when you click on, for example, Taranju in week 1, there's 19 alternatives, like there's 19 different teams and strategies, but if you have your pets uploaded, it will pick the one that's going to be best suited with your pets that you already have. And then if there isn't one, it'll kind of pick the one you're closest to so that you can just like level up a pet or upgrade it to blue or something like that. That way you can go through and pick out all the teams that you want, and it's got like step-by-step instructions on how to use those teams to defeat those trainers and stuff like that too. Xufu's is like the #1 resource. Like, there is not really much of a point using any other resource for your pet battling stuff. There's just, like, Xufu's has all the information you would possibly need. And there's like, if you use rematch, you can click the rematch string button and then just import that team easily. You don't have to go finding them and building a team and do all that. No. No, you can just save them all so that when you target Taranju, it automatically switches to Taranju's team. And then when you enter the battle, it pops up the notes to tell you step by step what you're doing. Like, no more scrubbing through fucking YouTube videos and rewinding because you missed something, none of that crap. It's literally just all in game, fed to you with a silver spoon. There is literally no reason to use any other resource. Unless, of course, you're supporting creators or watching the stuff for information behind what what the Celestial Tournament is and all that kind of stuff. But supporting creators is great, but actually getting the information as you need it when you need it is yes. There is not much I dislike more than only being able to get the information I need from a fucking YouTube video. Like, let me control F the page. Like, don't make me watch a 17-minute video for the answer to this very, very simple question that I have. But look, that's me. I'm too fucking busy as it is. All right, let's see if I can do heroic on this turn. Probably not. Nope, I can't. Okay, good. I will try later. Save the page. Thank you very much. You're very welcome. That whole website, like, you can click through. They've got all the different expansions at the top and stuff like that there. It's incredibly useful. Highly recommend. Juggling what I had to her pet slot. Yeah, nah. This is the thing. Having one very specific set strategy, great if you've got the pets, but this is like literally 19 alternatives for one of the pet battles. You know, that's
Welcome, Chatty.
it's the way to do it.
You have heard the call of the Argent Crusade, and you have boldly answered. It is here, in the Crusaders' Colosseum, that you will face your greatest challenges. Those of you who survive the rigors of the Colosseum will join the Argent Crusade.
Nice indeed. Very cold and good morning to you and everyone. Hello, Gort. Welcome back. Something else looking to move. Oh, brilliant. Yeah, that website. Oh, hell. Yeah, just, that's it. Excuse me. That's it. Really have a, like, that website has got so much information and so many really, really useful tools. please make sure that you do actually have a browse and have a look through multiple, just randomly have a click through the pages and see what's there, but read them. Don't just like click and take a glance and move on, like actually read the pages. There's so much very, very good quality information on there. But yeah, you'll level up your pet battling game by by a mile. I'm gonna drop thank you. Okay, so much for working. You're very welcome. Oh, brilliant, Pixie. We're looking forward to seeing you next time. Enjoy, have fun, and remember you can always pop us on in the background if you'd like to. No pet. No pet. That's a shared appearance. And that was a shared appearance. No pet.
Grand Warlock Wilfred Fizzlebang will summon forth your next challenge. Stand by for his entry.
You know what, actually, I might just stick with doing the first boss to try to get this pet. I can always come back for the transmog later, and I really do want to get this pet done. It would be very nice. Good. I always keep some pet battles. Now I have teams. It was Squirt Day yesterday. 69 pets I leveled up. And now I have 6 new ones in the queue.
By the Sunwell.
God, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. So generous of you. Thank you. Perfect. Yeah. No, it was good. Getting the leveling queue totally cleared out was a really good feeling. It's been a while since I've been able to do that. And now next time Squirt Day rolls around, I'll only have a handful of pets to level. Much, much quicker. Get them knocked out every 2 weeks. So much time confuses me with so many pets. It really, like, it's such a thing, isn't it, Gort? Especially, not sure if you heard me mention, but just in case anyone else missed it, with Zufu's Pet Battle Strategies, making an account on the website and linking it to your Battle.net account so that it can pull from the API your pets. Because then it can recommend which of the alternative strategies is going to work best for your pets, with your quality of pets and your breeds and levels and all that kind of stuff. It's really, really useful. 6 in the list so far. Indeed. I'm pretty sure that I'm not going to be able to do heroic on this tune either, but let's see. If there is one thing I've learned with Fia's recommendations on add-ons and such, is that you should never take her advice. Never not. I'm like, ouch. Okay. Tell us how you really feel. There are some things, look, there are some things that I know what I'm talking about. There are some things where I very much know what I am talking about, and I am genuinely trying to make your life easier. Because so many people make stuff so hard for themselves. And I hate that, because, like, why should life be difficult when it can be simple? Like, there are some things where a difficult whatever will help you grow as a human, blah, 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 blah. pet battles ain't it. Like, there are enough challenges when it comes to pet battling that you don't need to create fake ones for yourselves. Like, use the information that is out there. Use the tools available to you. Rock this shit. The mods turn on fear. Mod uprising. Why are you joining in, Sheba? Do you hate me too? Pick the wrong chips. So looks great. Thank you. You're very welcome, Cat. Definitely use it when I get back to pet battling. It's so useful. So useful. I don't tend to use it for like collecting purposes, but for like actually doing battles and stuff, there is nothing else that I use. I don't bother checking Wowhead comments or anything like that anymore. I only use Zufus. Only. That's it. So many things which are useful have made my life so much easier, especially if you have limited time to do the things. This is it. I am so time poor. Even if you're not, why not capture back 3 minutes of your life? What's the harm, you know? Uber Eats keeps trying to tempt me with money off. Enjoy the good bits, get the good bits with handy help. No, he just loves me. I'm here for Baby Groot and Baby Groot only. Yeah, fair. Fair. I'm a sneaky little on the side leech influence. It's like you're the good and leaving poison in the... That's what that itching has been? Like... Oh, Lord. Or at least just doing that first boss, maybe I'll actually get through a decent number of attempts. Hopefully get the fucking thing to drop. Tell me it doesn't only drop on heroic. $25 normal for me. 10 normal, 25 normal, 25 heroic. Okay. I'm getting bitten this week is deafs me. I know, I just like, dude. That sucks. I swear to God, I will get this damn pet. After all these years, I'm gonna get this pet. So is there some fancy upgrade to mining later? Or is this on the side of a mountain by some weird mistake? Is it like so high up that you can't land on it or anything, I'm guessing? Because if that's the case, first step is check if you have any add-ons that are giving you coordinates for your player sideways out of a non-landable surface. So see how I've got like player 5224, like that coordinate there? Check and see if you've got one of those. Make note of it in like a notepad file or something like that. And then open up your support and lodge a ticket. Not a ticket, bug report. A ticket they have to get back to you. Bug report, you just let them know about something that's wrong. And you can tell them it's this node, it's this coordinate in this zone, and it's sticking sideways up halfway up a mountain, and I can't reach it. Disappeared. On the node, disappeared. This ink I see. Most likely missing stuff from Nax's cloth. Absolutely. Well, Sunday, Nick, and everyone, not just Nick, obviously, everyone. Sunday we're doing transmog farming. You're welcome to join me, whether you're doing the same ones I decide to do, or do something completely different. By more, I get a section notification after he eats me away. Oh dear. Now, some money knows that floating need adjustment for sure. Also, getting the skill to mine while on the dragon will make it easy to reach some of the trickier ones. Yeah. I mean, tricky is one thing, but if it's actually, like, impossible to get to, that is definitely something that should be reported. In fact, they were asking for those reports early on in Dragonflight. I'm not sure if they're still asking for them, but all the way through, like, alpha, beta, blah, blah, blah. The problem is every time they make a tweak somewhere with terrain and things... Wait, it's not on... Why am I in heroic? It says normal in my thing, doesn't it? Raid difficulty. Normal. Ugh. It showed normal, but it actually... Oh no! I've entered too many instances because I was going into heroic and then jumping out and then going into normal. And then I started not clearing it. I wonder if that means I could go back and clear... If I can zone into the same ones that are already halfway done, rather than creating a new instance. I don't know, let's give it a try. I've not tried that before. And the user's already in Dal. Oh, I decided to go next. Right. And then on top of the one being memed about on Reddit, took a few jumps. There's an Evoker to float down on top of it. Oh my god. Oh dear. I know. It's why I have my characters split the way I have them. But I'm also curious about, the transmog stuff. Who did I stop on? I'm curious about this though. I've never tried zoning into an existing instance when I've got that lockout. What a shit. Go away. So this one was 1 of 5. So if I try zoning in. Yeah, okay, cool. So it lets you in if it was already in progress. Just not a new instance. Noted. I've learned something new today.
Lord of another England in my place. Your world is doomed.
Oh, time to learn stuff. I know, right? Excitement. Shouldn't create a new instance as long as it's not soft reset. Yeah, well that was the thing. I wasn't sure if logging off would cause it to soft reset. If I was the only one who went in there, wasn't 100%. Yeah, it is interesting.
Against warriors of the Horde, your deaths will be swift.
The Alliance doesn't need the help of a demon lord to deal with Horde filth. Come, pig.
Everyone, calm down. Compose yourselves. There is no conspiracy at play here. The Warlock acted on his own volition, outside of influences from the Alliance. The tournament must
It's just
go
too
on.
much AP.
The next battle will be against the Argent Crusade's most powerful knights. Only by defeating them will you be deemed worthy.
Our honor has been besmirched. They make wild claims and false accusations against us. I demand justice. Allow my champions to fight in place of your knights, Tyrion. We challenge the Horde.
Very well. I will allow it. Fight with honor.
Fight for the glory of the Alliance, heroes. Honor your king and your people.
Allah. Would have assumed switching characters would have triggered the server. That was what I was kind like. I wasn't sure, you know, but that was what I was kind of thinking. There are so many opportunities there for them to change it, like for them to block you out of it for whatever reason. So the fact that they don't is kind of cool. But that was only like, that was a half completed raid. So, yeah. Not often do people tend to leave instances half completed, so.
Great warriors have lost their lives, and for what? The true threat looms ahead. The Lich King awaits us all at death. Only by working together will you overcome the final challenge.
I left because I'm technically hunting for a pet,
Two of the Scourge's most powerful lieutenants.
not for transmog.
Fearsome Valkyr, winged harbingers of the Lich King.
I know, right? I don't think I've started a free-for-all in a very long time, like at least years. So I thought I'd do something fun. ATT random. Yeah. ATT random. Well, not completely random. Random for pets, as per the stream title. So yeah, it was the Magnetor hunting horn that it brought up. And I'm like, yep. I was wondering when this would finally eventually come up.
You have proven yourselves as able-bodied champions of the Argent Crusade. Together, we will
good content. Interesting. Noted, Jack. And also, of course, if the server restarts, then it'll, yeah. If the server resets, then the instance resets.
Your challenge, Fordring.
Arthas, you are hopelessly outnumbered. Lay down Frostmourne and I will grant you a just death.
You did, Rusty, but that holds no bearing now.
Built an empire.
Anyone can win.
The frozen wastes of Northrend. An empire that you so foolishly
Please stop talking and break the floor. Thank you.
The souls of your fallen champions will be mine. Fordring.
Well done, Sheba. Phew! Phew! Oh, gosh.
Just as the master promised.
Thank you. Ugh. Angry sinuses. No trophy. Nice. Thank you. I'm gonna try on the monk again, and if it doesn't work, I'll just switch servers, because as much transmog as I'm getting, I kind of just want to get this pet. Let me in.
Welcome, champions. You have heard the call of the Argent Crusade, and you have boldly answered. It is here, in the Crusaders' Colosseum, that you will face your greatest challenges. Those of you who survive the rigors of the Colosseum will join the Argent Crusade.
I'm gonna do some transmog hunting on Sunday. Using my 80 dart spreadsheet. I'm gonna go through and update that before stream on Sunday too.
Battle on, heroes.
Make sure the numbers are actually correct.
I've seen more worthy challenges in the Ring of Blood. Always our time, Paladin.
Steel yourselves, heroes, for the Twin Terrors, Acid Maw, and Dread Scale. Enter the arena. The air itself freezes with the
I
introduction.
still remember doing these as like current content. It's so like that was over a decade ago. It just
The monstrous menagerie has been
mind-blowing.
vanquished.
Mind-blowing. Oh dear. Whatever time must have been anything before WOD, yeah, it's a bit that way, Halo. It's like it's kind of cool to think of all the memories that I have. But it's also one hell of a feeling. The 90s went 10 years ago, the 80s went 20 years ago. Yeah. Yep. Doesn't make sense. Like, that's not math, you know? Let's go. Perfect timing. Do 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 do. Pick a choice to Crystal Wood. How does one choose one of three? Pick one, buy the other two. I can buy them. Yes. Yes. Usually mana, normal, and Bay, and S, and Ascertain. Congratulations to all of you on your bonus shit. Well done. Usually the person that gives you the quest to choose one of the 3 will sell you the other ones. Usually it's the same NPC. Usually. Not always, but usually. But yeah, those kind of ones, don't stress. Everything absolutely can be bought. Or bartered, technically. Not just with gold, but like supplies and a couple of items that you can buy from the auction house and stuff. A lot of it's done via bartering on the Dragon Isles. Maybe see you're correct. Sad gone. I was a bit confused by it. I was less freaked out because I'm like, I guess I have to do this on an alt to pick the other 2. Because, like, that's not an issue for me. But, yeah, no, everything can be done on one toon. There are almost every time you get a renown, you'll be faced with something like that. Almost, not every, but quite a lot of the time. Okay. Thank you, oh wise ones. You're welcome.
Welcome, champions. You have heard the call of the Argent Crusade, and you have boldly...
I'm not rolling my eyes at you. My lashes feel weird.
In the Crusaders' Colosseum...
Just before anyone's like,
Those of you who survive the rigors of the Colosseum will join the Argent Crusade on its march to Ice-Crowned Citadel. Hailing from the deepest, darkest caverns of the Storm Peaks, Gormak the Impaler. Battle on, heroes.
I've seen more worthy challenges in a ring of blood. Waste of
She's only one quest at a time, yeah. That's okay. Look, experience will do that sometimes. What is this drop chance?
The air itself freezes with the introduction of our next combatant. Ice Howl! Kill or be killed, champions. The monstrous menagerie has been vanquished.
One in 33, and I'm at 16. Okay. At least I have 60 tunes. That'll help. Things are so chill this evening. Is everyone playing along at the same time? Good question. Good question. I'm feeling super chill, and I think I needed that as well. I think at the end of the week, you just kind of need to take a breath sometimes, you know? I'm glad tonight is chill. I hope you're all having an enjoyable time. Oh, too many instances. Okay, that's interesting. I would have thought that the time it takes to fly up here and get over there and blah 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 would have been... Oh, okay, never mind. It's because it's hitting that point where I, like, double zoned in kind of thing. Actually, I'm gonna kick him here from Game Prince. Threw up all over me. Oh, lovely! Brilliant! That's exactly what you want. Na 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 na. Me and pretending to work at the moment. Friday not long. Fantastic. Wonderful news. Wonderful news.
We strike at the heart of the Naga Empire. This war can end only in victory or death.
Off we go. I demote them to number 2 kid for that. Oh no. How many pets do you have? Hello, MC. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Thanks for joining us. 1416, I believe, at the moment. 1,416 unique pets. At least, so I've got 1410 according to data for Azeroth, and then I've got 6 new ones today, so I believe we should be at 1416. Yeah! Not bad, eh? Not bad. We're getting there. Certainly getting there. Indeed. Doing okay at 300. You are doing okay at 300. Everyone has to start somewhere. There was a time, and I had 2 pets, you know what I mean? Like, not only that, but having 300 means that you've still got a bunch of, like, easy to get ones that you can just go knock out real easy. Now that I'm up here, it's like every single pet is a struggle. Every new pet I want to get is a struggle. So, like savor it while it lasts. 300 ain't bad at all. Definitely ain't bad at all.
Hello.
Welcome, champions. You have heard the call of the Argent Crusade, and you have boldly answered.
Decided to not include pets or PvP in my ATT going forward. Interesting. Fair enough. I have turned PvP off, I believe. And I'm gonna update my AT Dart spreadsheet having that turned off, having PvP turned off, which I think will make the world bosses look a lot more appealing. But yeah, pets I'm still... Pets are still like... I need to do Gladiator for the new mounts. Yeah, no, I'm not doing Gladiator. I can get those mounts later. Like, they will become available via Vicious Saddles anyway, and one day I'll get my Vicious Saddles, one day. It's just not this day. Because I can be bothered, pets who will beat everyone with X team achieves it. Too much work! You need it, like, Zufu's makes it, like, the most work is copying and pasting the strings, like the import strings.
Introduction of our next combatant. Ice Howl! Kill or be killed, champions. The monstrous menagerie has been vanquished.
17 attempts. Oh, crap. Oh, dear. Can you tell I main Horde? I'm like, why can't I log it? Why aren't I rested? Well, fun fact. Not my tent. That's embarrassing. Feedback request. Been clean. Wait, no. Would it be a good idea to show raid buffs you're missing on the Cursor Reminder add-on when classes that can provide the buff are present in the group? If you're planning to, like, upload these to, like, Waggo or something, I would say maybe yes, but keep them separate. It's something that, like, for example, I'm in an actual functional raid group once a week for 2.5 hours. Every other time that I'm in a raid group, people are not going to be buffing, and so I'm just going to have a chain of shit. When I'm doing Primal Storms, I'm going to have a chain of shit on my fucking cursor. So I feel like maybe if you could set those ones to only trigger if you're in a raid instance as well as having those classes in there, maybe. I just think in the open world it's going to cause a lot of mess. And to be present in current instances. Okay, yeah, then I think that might be good. I think that would work well, yeah. As long as the trigger conditions are set well, then yeah, I think it'll be good. Because I still get, like, a thing to tell me to buff int when I'm in a raid group, but Jas is like, you know, half the zone away over there kind of thing. So I think, yeah, having it kind of... I mean, that's, you know, most of the time that's fine. I'll see the thing and then I'll click it, and then 5 minutes later I'll see it again and click it, not realizing that it's still because it's the same thing. Like, yeah. But that's just because I have the memory of a tadpole. Although, I mean, I guess that's your target audience anyway, isn't it? People who've forgotten that they don't have a buff. To bring the buffs to personal group and only loading the group once when it's instance content. I think that sounds like a phenomenal idea. I think that sounds like it'll work really well. Happy to test it out, of course. I can jump into an LFR. But yeah, no, that sounds like a really good plan. Really good plan. Pygmy cow in garrison was hard to get. I need help in the barn. I don't remember what that one is. With a Y, yeah, Pygmy, I think. Pygmy cow. Yes. It's in the roof. For the Alliance, the glass of warm milk can be located either upstairs in the level 3 barn or downstairs. If you can't reach it when it's upstairs, leave your garrison and try again later. It will eventually be downstairs among the other mugs on the shelf. Another way is to swap your barn with another medium plot building at the architect's table in your town hall. Should only need a few swaps till the milk spawns on the lower floor. This is also a way of moving buildings around a little to suit yourself. You need barn level 3, of course. Yeah, I mean, this is all just on Wowhead. You can search it up yourself. If you ever have trouble with anything in-game, I highly recommend checking the comments on Wowhead. They provide, like, so much additional context. And, like, I guarantee you are not the first person to have any particular issue. So people will have posted their solutions on Wowhead.
Boldly answered. It is here, in the Crusaders' Colosseum, that you will face your greatest challenges. Those of you who survive the rigors of the Colosseum will join the
welcome,
Argent
Rusty.
Crusade.
This is why I have Wowhead bookmarked.
Citadel.
Because it's just too useful.
Darkest caverns of the Storm Peaks.
Gormok the Impaler. Battle on, heroes. I've definitely not done this too much. I need an add-on that can load Wowhead comments in an iframe in-game when I press a keybind on an item, quest, spell, or something else. Out of everyone here currently in chat, you are probably the best positioned person to write that add-on, Jack. I mean, maybe we've got people in Lurk who are, like, just amazing at lure coding, but, like... I certainly can't help with that. I could help with aesthetics, but I can't help with actually making the bloody thing work. I'm also really good at testing, but beyond that. Let's get it. Yeah, Rusty, let's get this. Come on, attempt number 18. Give me my pet. It's fine. 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 It's a 1 in 33 drop. So this is fine. Everything is fine. Nope, this is an Alliance tune. Look, I remembered this time. On to the next tune. It's impossible to make something like that, but I want to... Oh, is it? So the code doesn't allow you to pull in external stuff like that, I guess? Interesting. Oh yeah, on the way, sandboxed. Would it be possible... So, when I press a keybind on an item, would it be possible to set a keybind so that when you're mousing over something, it detects the type of thing that it is, the ID code of that, and puts on your clipboard a Wowhead URL that has those items slotted into their standard URL structure? So that you could mouse over something, press your keybind, and then click on your header and Control V, and it will paste in that item's, what's it? I have to copy paste strings to take info out of the game. Right. Of course. That is a thing with Leotrix, I believe. The, like, grabbing a URL from an item. Interesting. Cool, cool. Isn't it fascinating, all the multiple, like, you know, different fun ways we can do stuff? I mean, we do have add-ons that automatically pull information from their own desktop programs and stuff like that. Like TSM, for example. You have to have the desktop thing so that then it can write those files in the game files so that the add-on, when it loads, can pull that information from the game files. But it still has that kind of better to be, like in grabbing Wowhead's entire database and visual of the websites, it would just be way too much. Yeah. I know the objective frame add-on I use does that for quests. If some kind of URLs Wowhead for sure, I don't use it, I'm pretty sure it's got that feature. Cool. Okay, interesting. I just am too lazy to alt-tab. I mean, fair. I mean, fair. It's just so demanding. Hello, Daz. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. It's really, really weird. Like, after getting to having, like, 60 alts, you know, 60 max level tunes, and being in the top 2,000 for world or something, or 200 or whatever it was for like the world rankings for number of alts, to now dropping down to 65,692 because I only have 170. It's really strange. I'm still in second place on my server for alt score, for like number of levels have, but and I'm never going to get to first place because the person above me it has like 6,000 levels, which means they have multiple accounts. But yeah, it's just kind of weird, you know. It's kind of weird. Hey, Baron, welcome on in. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Oh, funky loss. Awesome. So interesting. In the world for number of alts, right? Top person is 480, which is full 8 accounts, all level 70. Then there's Infernus, who's at 468. Then there's Hunter with a name I can't pronounce, with 289, so halving almost. And then fourth has got 51. It's fascinating. Just like, because we're so close to the start of the expansion still, it's like people just don't... It's different priorities. It's very cool. Very cool. Thanks to you very well, thank you, Baron. Hoping to get a pet from this boss. Only for quests and achievements, apparently. That makes sense. Makes sense. TTF and we'll watch VOD later for a stream. Not a problem at all, Mike. We'll see you next time. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, this isn't a melee. Okay, that's fine. Oh, and it's got a broken bloody macro. Oh.
Steel yourselves, heroes, for the Twin Terrors, Acid Maw and Dread Scale. Enter the arena.
Should work now. There we go.
The air itself freezes with the introduction of our next combatant. Ice Howl! Kill or be killed, champions.
It's just me.
The monstrous menagerie has been vanquished.
19 attempts. Haha, this was, I know, right? Over a decade ago. It blows my mind how long I've been playing this game. It's like far out. Far out. I really hope I get this pet tonight. It would just be wonderful. That's what I want. Oh, I need to have 18 year myself. Brilliant. We're doing Overgetting Classic or Ulduar, at least I know. How awesome is that? They'll get there eventually. They'll take their time, but they'll get there eventually. It's really awesome. I hope they're all enjoying themselves, like, as much as we did in round 1, you know? I hope they're having a blast. Hard mode in Ulduar was brutal. It was. Until you figured out the tricks to it and, like, had practice as a team. Everything starts out hard. And then you get better over time. Alrighty. This is the one. This is the kill we're gonna get the pet. I've decided.
Good day to you.
Welcome, champions. You have heard the call of the Argent Crusade, and you have boldly answered. It is here, in the Crusaders' Colosseum, that you will face your greatest challenge.
While the, RP is going on.
Who survive the rigors of the Colosseum will join the Argent Crusade on its march to Ice-Crown Citadel. Hailing from the deepest, darkest caverns of the Storm Peaks, Gormak the Impaler. Battle on, heroes.
Your beasts will be no match for my champions, Tyrion.
Steel yourselves, heroes, for the Twin Terrors, Acid Maw, and Dreadscale. Enter the arena.
Neke, Feud, Bart, and Yana, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. The next one.
The air itself freezes with the introduction of our next combatant.
Just reading in the background, it's fine.
Ice Howl. Kill or be killed, champions.
What is? Oh, I'm paralyzed. Brilliant. What it is. It is indeed. There we go.
The monstrous menagerie has been vanquished.
Because I was tabbed. 20 attempts. Goggles styling. This is a mechanome. I don't know how much I missed this, so go do it! Go do it! Jeez, you got there on the log, it's a mechanome. So it's her eyes. They are her eyes. I don't know that. There you go. Now you do. All sorts of... The mechanomes have some really funky customizations. Really funky customizations. Oh, yeah. Goodness. Welcome back, Warnier. I hope you're doing well today. Friday, so that's good. Wonderful. Wonderful. So have a couple of days off. Yay! Amazing. Amazing. Oh my god, actually we're completing 100 quests. Nice. Yep, take it. Take all those achievement points. my god, would you just... There we go.
What can I do for you?
Welcome, champion. You have heard the call of the
Yes,
Argent
maybe yesterday
Crusade,
concert.
and you have boldly
Amazing! Oh, that's so good.
here. In the
Yeah, wedding would be
Crusaders'
beneficial in
Colosseum
old
that you
world.
will face your
Oh, I don't
greatest
think so.
challenges. Those of
I'm
you who
perfectly
survived
fine
the
with
withers of the
hitting
Colosseum
auto
will
run
join the
and
Argent Crusade
getting there in
on its
time.
march to Ice-Crowned Citadel.
You don't want to shrink the world too much. Like,
Hailing from
this
the
world is
deepest,
much, much,
darkest
much
caverns
smaller
of
than the
the
Dragon
Scarlet
Isles.
Peaks,
If you're traveling at those
Warlock the
speeds,
Impaler.
it just...
Battle on, heroes.
I don't know, I feel like it'd make everything just so trivial, and that's not
Your beast
the
will be
point.
no match for
Like,
my champions, Tyrion.
if they wanted you to be able to get everywhere at the blink of an eye without any issue, they'd just line up a fuckload of portals in Orgrimmar or Stormwind with all of the different raids and dungeons, you know, and then you could just go wherever you wanted to go for transmog farming or whatever. But that's not...
Steel yourselves, heroes,
I don't
Terror's
like that,
acid maw and dread
personally.
scale. Enter the arena.
But look, we'll see. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Only time will tell.
The air itself freezes with the introduction of our
So we
next
can upgrade the
combatant,
flying speed.
Ice Howl.
So that's a
Be killed, champions.
mighty important thing to gamble with.
The monstrous menagerie has been vanquished.
Grumble! 21 attempts. Switch tunes! Cost you 1 million gold. Ginger, I have no soul. Oh, that's a front up lie. If anyone has a soul, it's not going to be dependent upon your hair color. Off, no worries, Seeker. Rest well. We will see you on Sunday. Maybe. Yes, catch you Sunday. Yes, we'll see you then. Ginger's had more souls because he stole other people's ones. Oh, God. Oh, excuse me. Upgrading flying speed is the worst of both worlds. Hi there, I'm brand new to WoW. Tried Classic, was confusing. Went to Level got to 60 in 24 hours. Well done, Nova. Congratulations. Welcome on in. Welcome to Azeroth as well. I'm really glad to hear you're enjoying it. That's wonderful news. You don't get dragon flying, and you get the additional technical issues added by the increased speed. Yeah. Look. In the end, regardless of what individual people may want or not want, because there are people who don't want dragon riding anywhere, and there are people who really want it everywhere. There are people who, like, you know, there's... Think of any possible position on all of this shit, and there will be someone who has that position, right? Who feels that way. In the end, Blizzard knows their game inside and out. They know more about their game than we do, including stuff around the code and what's possible with what they have, with their engines, with all of that kind of shit. And what's possible on different machines, because remember, you travel faster and things have to kind of come into view faster as well, especially when you've got so much stuff in an area, because it's condensed. Dragon Isles is very big and spread out. And they know what, like, they know what they want to aim for in terms of player experience. What's fun for one person isn't fun for another person, which is why they don't just implement everything that everyone wants, because everyone wants different shit. They will take all those opinions into account, and they will make a decision that is right for their game, for their intentions, and for their mechanical shit that goes on in the back end. whatever they end up doing or don't doing, or not doing rather, it's not going to happen very soon. They are so unbelievably focused on Dragonflight. All of these content patches we're getting this year, that's amazing and incredible. And I would imagine that vast majority of their dev time is being devoted to that stuff, not to reconfiguring the entire old world to be able to use this new shit with. But we'll see. Only time will tell. Fair enough. Dragon is bold. Wonderful, Nove.
Welcome,
I'm glad you have some customization options that work for you. I want them to add some hair for my dragon. Oh, well, there are hair customizations for some of them. You just got to go and get them.
That you will face your greatest challenges. Those of you who survive the rigors of the Colosseum will join the Argent Crusade on its march to Ice-crowned Citadel.
I was thinking of streaming, so if people want to come in and help, they can. I reckon that's a good idea. I mean, like, I don't think that that's the experience you'll have with streaming. People tend to watch for entertainment. They don't go hunting down. They don't tend to go browsing for streamers that they can join in with. Occasionally they will. Occasionally there'll be some stuff where it's like, oh yeah, I need to do that. Can I come with you? But it's very rare. It's not a frequent thing at all. So if you're trying to stream to find people to play with, it's not really gonna work. Am I not in Fury? What is... It's fine. I'll just white damage some shit, I guess. If you're looking for people to play with, I would highly recommend a community rather than a stream. Communities can be found in-game very, very easily. There's a community, like, finder tool. You click find a community. It's the... which one down here? Guild and Communities is by default it's your G key, but you might have rebound that. And then you click Find a Community, and you can look at if you speak different languages, what kind of content you want to do. If you don't mind being in a cross faction, so with Horde and Alliance players rather than just one or the other, and then you can select what roles you and yeah, there's like so many. Like, that's just a small selection of communities that you can, yeah, and that's probably going to be your best bet in finding people who want to do similar stuff in-game to you rather than a stream. In a stream, you're standing in a coliseum full of other people all yelling and screaming at the same time, hoping someone up in the stands picks you. Whereas a community, you're walking into a classroom and there's a bunch of people already there and you're talking to them, you know? Like, it's very, very different. Not to say you shouldn't stream. Obviously, if you want to stream, go nuts, have fun, enjoy yourself. But for that purpose, it's not a good idea. I'm trying to, like, answer the direct question rather than a question about streaming in general. But yeah, you'd be better off finding a community. Guilds as well, but guilds are, like, faction and realm specific, whereas communities are far more open. You're likely to find a bunch of different people from a bunch of different places that you'll still be able to play with. What are you doing? I'm farming for a pet. Not streaming, Nova. I did repeat myself a few times because I know that ads go for 90 seconds and I spoke for well more than 90 seconds, but no. Streaming is bad for finding people to play with. You're better off using a community. I'm absolutely certain that you heard me say that it's streaming is trying to stream to find people to play with is like standing on the floor of a coliseum along with thousands of other people screaming and yelling, all of you, all at once, and just hoping that the people in the stands pick you to come and talk to. Whereas joining a community is like walking into a classroom with a couple of people sitting around. and they're already doing the same thing that you're looking to do. You're just looking to do it with them. So I highly recommend that instead. Battle pets. That's it. That's it. I'm farming for the Magnetor Horn, Hunting Horn. Magnetor Hunting Horn. There was a pet that drops from the first boss. Which is why I'm only killing the first boss.
Sunwell.
Hello, Win. Wow, brilliant! I hope you're enjoying it very, very much. I hope you continue to enjoy it. I mean, we have ridden real dragons in WoW before. We just haven't had this kind of, you know, control over them, but... How do you think the poor dragons we've already been riding will feel when you calling them not real? Hope you're doing well today. Welcome on in. Nova, thank you so much for the sub. Much appreciated. Very generous of you. Do you have a Poképug? I most certainly do. Most certainly do. I had that within, oh gosh, a week or two of them introducing it. It was a really easy one to get. Which is a good thing. Yes. Do you have a lot of level 25s? 1,410. I don't know if that's a lot by your definition, but that's how many I have. My dragons, all dragons. Just flying mounts, I feel. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, they're not flying mounts at all, are they? They're like dragon riding mounts. Not just that, but they're also customizable and stuff. Oh no, wait, I gotta check that I'm on the right. Yep, good. Yeah. So I have 3, including Poképug. Great place to start from if you're interested in collecting. Fantastic place to start from. Means you've got a whole crap load that are really easy to get that you can just go grab. And your number will skyrocket super quick. Whereas I have to grind for 2 hours to get 1. It's funny, isn't it?
On its march to Ice-Crowned Citadel. Hailing from the deepest, darkest caverns of the Storm Peaks, Gormak the Impaler. Battle on, heroes.
Your beasts will be no match for my champions, Tyrion.
Do you intend to get all pets in the game? I mean, that is the goal of any collector, is to complete their collection. But I don't think that'll be possible for me. We'll just have to try and see. So over the WoW community is different to Final Fantasy XIV. Generally expecting people to take it slow and explain dungeons will have negative results. We do have our in-game...
with the introduction of our next combatant.
What's it?
Ice Howl.
The adventure guide. The default keybind for that is Shift J. But you may have rebound that, so you might have to have a hunt around and see what it is. But it'll have information, especially on newer, like this is obviously old content, but you have, you know, a thing, it'll tell you what to look out for. It'll have a breakdown of all their abilities, describing what they do and all that kind of thing. But yeah, it's a very different game, very different community. That doesn't mean it's better or worse though, just to be clear. Catch them all eventually. Well, look, there's one that you need on a level 400 for, and I don't think I want that. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll do our best. Most current dungeons have a decent explanation in the journal if you want a quick overview. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Once I got my Pokepug, I really just decided I had completed WoW. Fair enough. Perfect. Glad that worked for you. Alrighty. Okay. Routine differently welcoming doesn't mean in-game content outside just static can be slow. I mean, look, if you find the right communities in WoW as well, they can be just as welcoming and helpful and all that kind of stuff, to be very clear. It just doesn't tend to be the standard of... It's portions of the community rather than the community as a whole. Cultural differences as well. That's cool. Do you have the pets toys for your Pokepug? Probably. I don't remember. I'm not super focused on toy stuff. I used to get all like the costumes and stuff for the pug, but I just I don't tend to have pets summoned as I wander around, so the costumes didn't really appeal to me very much. Experience overall. Yeah. Yeah, no, the costumes aren't toys. They're extra little bits that take up bag space, and I don't like that, so no, I got rid of those. Still have it share pug toys. Of course it does. Like, any group of humans is gonna have bad eggs. No one is exempt from that, unfortunately. But there are always ways to find those little communities that are helpful and welcoming and blah, blah, blah. I know we've got a lot of players in this community, in particular in Discord, who are like recent people, like people who have recently started playing, or they've come back after a longer break and stuff like that, and people who tend to like group up and like learn together as part of this community, which is really awesome. I don't always have the time to get involved in that, but it's really good to see that the community here, it interacts with each other outside of just stream. Because that's the big thing for me, is that this is not just about me, it's us. Like, we are a community. So it's, yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Highly recommend jumping into Discord if you're looking for folks to play with. This is Santa or something, isn't it? Yeah, there's like a little princess costume and stuff like that as well, but I don't care. Like, that's not the kind of shit I do, really. No judgment to those who love that, absolutely not. Like, you are the reason that it's in the game, you know, enjoy it. But it's just not my kind of thing. And damn if all of the dungeons don't get boring as hell, because they're all the same. What renown do you have? I can't even check. I'm not on my main. I know I'm max with Asgara, and I'm getting close with the others. I don't know my specific renown levels though, off the top of my head, sorry.
Acid Maw and Dread Scale. Enter the arena. Air itself freezes with the introduction of our next combatant. Ice Howl! Kill or be killed, champions!
Please give me my pet. Please.
The monstrous menagerie has been vanquished.
24. 24. Oh, okay. No worries, Rusty. We'll see you next time. Sorry, it took my brain a second to decode that. It's all good. I got there. I just want this pet. I just want it to drop. That would be really nice. Really nice. If it would be so kind. Saw a world quest to get some set gear, but when I got close it disappeared. Was it on a timer or is it a glitch? Were you in the Valdrakken city when you saw it on your map, Jeff? Second question, did it have, when you were in Valdrakken and you saw it, did it have 2 crossed swords on it? If the answer to both of these questions is yes, it is a war mode world quest. And you must be in war mode when you leave Valdrakken to be able to see it on the map. You're welcome. Usually when you look at it, you'll also notice that the gear you are looking at is not a PvE set piece, it is PvP gear, specifically. It'll say something about combatant in the name of the piece. Yeah, these are all your hints and tips that you have to be in war mode, that it's PvP shit. Bug is annoying. I'm not sure that it's actually a bug. I think it's more like a, hey, by the way, if you go switch, this is something you can pick up. Like, I could see it being intentional, unless they've specifically said somewhere that it's a bug. I could see it being an intentional thing. But what would be even worse is going all the way over there and having the icon on the map, but it never pops up, you know? Like, that's problematic. But if you're in a sanctuary, I'm guessing Valdrakken has, you know how when you switch, like if you're in a different capital and you have war mode on and then you turn it off, how everything phases? I'm imagining that Valdrakken's PV, like war mode off and war mode on phases are the same phase, which is why you're seeing that, because you're in, technically, the war mode phase for Valdrakken, because they're the same thing. Like, it makes sense. But, look, we'll see if it's something they change or not, hey? Get bloody tokens for doing that. Yep, still it gets me so often. I'd say it's not a bug, just unclear UI. Yeah, I mean, the swords, the cross swords should be your indicator that it's war mode. But people aren't making that connection. Like, that's like the universal symbol for PvP. Like, crossed swords means PvP. Guys. But yeah, people just aren't picking up on that. We're switching to Valdrakken. So maybe it's just in early. Ah, fair enough. Interesting. I think it just shows you everything available when you're in the city. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Worked opposite in Shadowlands. You couldn't see them in Erebos, but out in the other zones. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. I'd prefer it this way around, personally, because then at least I can kind of see if I'm in Valdrakken going, that's actually something really juicy. Do I want to risk my fucking life today? You know? And then I can make that decision rather than having to, like, it's a temptation. It's like, hey, switch to war mode. You can get this shiny.
Acid Maw and Dreadscale.
It's so not a bug that they're allowing war mode swaps in VOD in 10.05. No, that's not the bug we're talking about, Jazz.
Fear has the shiny. Fear got the shiny.
No, she didn't. But, it's the fact that when you're in Valdrakken, you can see war mode world quests, even if you're not in war mode. That was what we're talking about as potentially a bug. But I think, honestly, it's probably intentional. Actually found an interesting week where it might be better than the one I'm making. Ooh! Brilliant! Yeah, have a battle. I'm so sad. Oh, for God's sake. I just want my pet. I just want my pet. It has clickable buffs. Ah, okay. So you click them to make them go away and apply it. That's not terrible. Not terrible. Okay. I switch tunes and start heading out while you're watching this. While we're watching this. Na 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 na. Oh my goodness. Oh, I am sleepy. I napped. How am I still sleepy? Fuck. Jug, Paul, Meeb, congratulations to you all on your bonus ship. Well done. Oh, excuse me. This is gonna be our final battle. This is gonna be our final battle. Wait, I'm not supposed to do that. I can't place Necromancer. Can I place Bomber? Boom! There we go. Sweet. Okay. Now of the Grand Crusader. Beautiful. How did you get on the Battle.net launcher? There is the story. Basically consistent streaming, content that they enjoyed, and consistent schedule was like the big things. Hello Paradox. This is New Dragonflight. That was Stream Raiders. This is, well, it's WoW. But I'm pet hunting at the moment, so doing some older content. Stream Raiders is a game we switch over to just for a couple minutes every half hour. Set off a battle. And there's a link in chat just above, or actually, considering that you've, depending on how long you were in stream before you dropped in to chat, there's a link just above your message, but you can also, boop. Oh, no, it did that. Yes, there we go. Stream Raiders. You connect it to your Twitch account, and you get a whole bunch of little units that you can drag and drop onto the battlefield. And after half an hour of placement, you can place up to one unit every 5 minutes. You place one, you get a 5-minute timer. You place the next one, etc. You can place up to 6 units, and then we press go. And everyone who placed units, they all rush at the enemy. And pre-programmed kind of fighting tactics or whatever. And we get gold and scrolls and potentially cosmetic skins and all sorts of shinies. Cute little thing on the side. It's always a nice surprise to see you on the launch. Aw, lovely cat. I don't think we're always on the EU launcher, but it is nice to know when we are. Attract more new folk. Meet more new members of the family. It's always wonderful to see new usernames and make those new connections. Here we go. Let's try to get this pet, shall we?
Hey there.
What is this tune? This is a
You
shaman.
have heard the call of the Argent Crusade, and you have boldly answered. It is here.
From the UK2. Ah, amazing!
Colosseum
There you
that
go.
face your greatest challenges.
There you go.
Those of you who survive the rigors of the Colosseum will join the Argent Crusade on its march to Ice Crown
It's like
Citadel.
nighttime and after work for the Aussies and New Zealanders, and then it's like
Hailing from the
early
deepest,
morning
darkest
for the
caverns
UK
of
folk,
Storm Peaks,
EU folk.
Gormak the Impaler.
It's kind of cool.
Battle on, heroes.
Your beast will be no match for my champions, Tyrion.
Magnetor Hunting Horn. Gimme. It's my 26th attempt. It's supposed to be a 1 in 33 drop chance.
Yourselves heroes for the Twin Terrors, Acid Maw and Dread Scale. Enter the arena. The air itself freezes with the introduction of our next combatant. Ice Howl! Kill or be killed, champions. The monstrous menagerie has been vanquished.
I'm sad. 26 attempts. 55.07% chance of having seen it already. Oh, well. Next one. Do you actually fight your pets to level them, or do you get those things that make them 25 instantly? Those things are pretty difficult to get. You only get a handful of them as you kind of go through the quests and achievements and stuff. They're quite expensive to get from, like, you need to purchase them using, like, any extra ones I believe you need to buy with the polished pet charms. And, like, you'd need so many polished pet charms to get, you know, 1,400 pets leveled up. So no, I do battle them. There are a couple of pet battles, like a couple of trainers that are really, really good for leveling because they award more experience than usual, and they're fairly quick fights as well. So they're repeatable. So you can stand there and verse the same one over and over and over again and just like cycle through pets that you're trying to level up, you know? And that's the way I level most of my tunes. Yesterday was Squirt Day, so it means if you have a level 3 menagerie in your garrison from Warlords of Draenor, you have trainers that visit you each day, and every 15 days the trainer is Squirt from Diablo, with a bunch of Diablo-related pets, and she gives you a metric crapload of XP. If you've got a lesser pet treat and a pet treat to increase the experience that they gain, and your safari hat, I think it only takes 3 battles to get from 1 to 25. So yeah, it's definitely a more optimized method of leveling. Zufu's Pet Battle Strategies has a ton of really good bits and bobs on how to do level. Power leveling guide. Here we go. Boop. There you go. That's we do also have what we call Super Squirt Days, which is when you've got Squirt up in the garrison and it's Pet Battle Bonus Week, which means you get more experience again on top of that, and so it's even faster. But Squirt's still pretty quick, even when it's not Super Squirt. But yeah. You are welcome, Novi. You're welcome. Just wanted to add there is other fast ways to level using Legion Battle Masters. I know. I mean, Squirt is like the #1 most recommended way because it's the quickest and easiest, because it's repeatable, it's right there, and there's a free pet healy person, like right there. You don't need to use bandages and stuff. So it's the most recommended way because it has a whole bunch of things that line up really nicely. But that power leveling guide that I linked has a metric crapload of different trainers you can burst, which is why I gave the guide and just like spoke about like the number 1 method, but then here's the guide with all the methods. I'm just not going to sit here talking for 4 hours about all the different... God, there's so many of them. There's so many of them, but they're all in there. They're all in there. So if Squirt's not up, you can find something else on that list and go ham and get all them pets leveled up. But yeah, it's good fun. It's good fun. I know your pain took me forever to get some booster chances. And Gara, oh no, Jeff. Oh no, yeah, look, it's always when you're hunting for one specific... If you just go in there looking for new things, it's fine. But the moment you try targeting one specific item, it's hell on wheels. Like, it's just terrible, hey? Them drop chances. 1 in 33, and I'm at 26. I'm not... Technically, I'm still within, like... It's once we hit 34 that I start getting, like, angry. Good night, Rel. Oh, excuse me. Yes, definitely. Listen to your body. Allow it to carry you off to the land of Nod. Enjoy. Rest well. We'll see you on Sunday. RNG is a pain in the ass. Yep. But it is part of what makes it so exciting when it does drop. You know, like, the rarer something is, the more exciting. There are the phases. It's like, oh, cool, it dropped. And then, oh, yay, it dropped. And then it's, oh my god, it dropped, finally! And then it's like, oh my god, finally it dropped. And it's like, good, it dropped. Now let's move on. Like, there's the whole range of emotions. As you get, like, more and more, oh no, I'm not in sub, am I? I am. Why is it not working then? If it were easy, it wouldn't feel like good. That's it. That's exactly it. Like, when you go to a vendor and buy three different whatsits, it's like, cool, those are done. On to the next one.
The air itself freezes with the introduction of our next combatant. Ice Howl! Kill or be killed.
Same goes for, like, killing new bosses and stuff like that. If it's a one-shot, it's kind of like, okay. On to the next one. But, like, if it takes you 10 or 12 attempts to sort of get there, it gets more and more exciting as time goes on. And then, of course, it does eventually get to the point where it's just like, this sucks. No pet. 27 attempts. Have you tried giving the RNG gods an offering? Every day, Jeff. Every day. Sacrifices to RNGesus. Snowball pet, correct. The Magnetor hunting horn. I still haven't gone after all these years. These characters all level 70. No. No. I've only got one toon at 70, and the rest of them are 60 plus. Most of them are 60, but there are a couple that are, like, there's 63, a couple of 61s, 65, 62. You know, there's a couple here and there that have gotten a level or two, but there's just the one at 70, and then the rest are at 60. Class of 70. My main, mage. Been maining a mage for 16 years. Banana. the item level of the mage? I don't know, 380 something. 383, 4, 5, something like that. I don't remember. So peaceful out here. I mean, death, obviously, but like, peace. Wind blowing through the mountains. Some of these ambient, like not the music, some of the like ambient sound tracks would make just amazing white noise. What's it? Absolutely amazing. Around. Hello, Cal. Welcome back. What do you mean? Alright, what are we looking at? Normal 25. Let's go. GIF. Pet. Oh, no, too many instances. So who's this? Denara. Actually, I'm not going to get a chance to come back here. The music most of the time, still have the ambient noise on full. Beautiful. I love the music, so I always have the music on. But sometimes there's a gap between tracks, and it's quite calm and peaceful. And just nice. Yeah, I absolutely adore the music. I believe I was up to Kira. She's, yeah, last one that's in Ice Crown. So let's give this a crack, and I think this might be maybe the last one of the... Yeah, no, we've got 15 minutes on that battle, but we're almost wrapped up. They remove limit on characters per realm. Yes. There's still a character limit per account. You can have a maximum of 60 characters on your account. But all 60 of them can be on one server if you want. I wouldn't recommend it, but they can be. There are reasons to do it that way, because if all 60 tunes are on one account, then... on one server, then you can share... gold and all that kind of stuff among them. That's all well and good. But if you're someone who farms collectibles, then and you get the instances reached, like because you can only enter 10 instances per hour, that limit is per server, not per account. So if you get to 10 and you get locked out, you can switch to your other server and do 10 and then switch back and do, you know, so you never actually in effect get locked out ever. But yes, you can put all 60 on one server if you so desire.
Good day to you. Welcome, champions. You have heard the call of the Argent.
Find it hard to find a good non-copyright song.
It is here.
Why are you looking for non-copyright songs in particular, Daz? For what purpose? I hold alliance between two servers that are connected. Don't target you. Brilliant. When I made these tunes, none of the servers on OCE were connected. None of them. And then they did the rounds of connections, and my Horde tunes got connected this way, and my Alliance tunes got connected that way. And I was like, okay, sure. But that's okay. Like, even if I was going to move my 25 Alliance tunes, that's entirely too much money. Entirely too much money. And I'm not sure if they opened up free transfers. I'm not sure they'd let me transfer 25, but we'll see.
Enter the arena.
Wait, do you have 60k? Yes, that is what I said earlier. Like, you must have missed that information when you asked for it.
The air itself freezes with the introduction of our next combatant. Ice Howl! Kill or be killed, champions. The monstrous menagerie has been vanquished.
28 attempts. Thank fuck. And I got 2 pets in one. Good lord. Good lord. Look at that! 10 p.m. Ah, dear. Indeed, apathy. Indeed. Oh, boy. Alright, we're gonna start that battle early. Oh, for God's sake! Every time. Oh, my lord. Every time. Every time! I'm very good at this. Very, very good at this. It's like it's a sign. I know, right, dude? Isn't that lovely? Isn't that lovely? Well, 6 character transfers, which gave 8 character transfer at the Christmas sales bonus. Still need to move 2 additional characters. Like, do you mind me asking, and do you remember how much that pack of 6 cost you? Because, I mean, like 6 character transfers is 108 AUD as it currently stands. Oh, it's okay. Don't worry about that. I was just, if you remembered off the top of your head, no big deal. But like, so 6 tunes, right? So if I had my 25, numlocks on, 25 divided by 6. So 24 plus a spare, right? Yep, so I need 4 of those. So 4 times 108 plus a single character transfer at 34 would be 466 Australian dollars to transfer my 25 tunes today. It's just not worth it. Like, that's nearly a week's worth of rent. It's not worth it. There's no in-game. Yeah. Great value? Yeah. It's not worth it to me. Not to get them on connected servers. But the other side of that is they're also opposite factions as well. So like, I mean, and Blizzard account bound stuff, you can still send cross server regardless of whether or not they're connected. You just need to, when you're putting in the 2 part of the mail, instead of putting Fiamma Amanthul, because I'm going to the Alliance Fiamma. So it's, it doesn't like, it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Is there anything across connected servers now? Even across factions. Okay, noted. Noted. Kruger, Neke, Para, the Captain, and Martin, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. Well done. But yeah, it's still not worth nearly 500 bucks. Like, it's just not worth it. Not to me. Not to me. To others, perhaps. To others who have far more disposable income than I do. I'm dealing with bucket loads of medical expenses, so, you know. Right, so that was the Magnetor hunting horn, which means that I have got 7 new pets today for a total of 1,417 pets. It's not bad. Not super awesome, but I knocked out some really, like, grindy ones, so that's good. That's good. The SL update make grouped instances. Oh, cool. Noted. Noted. Just level 25 more easy. Yeah, nah, I'm good. In the past, I've transferred characters. In a couple of cases, I transferred them back a couple of years later. Now, though, it's so quick to level characters, it seems preferable. Yeah. No, it's not worth the effort. It's not worth it. I don't have time, firstly. But it's also just not worth that effort. I'd rather spend those hours doing, like, collecting shit and stuff. Far more fun. Personally. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love leveling. It's why I leveled all those goddamn tunes, is because I enjoy it and because I needed them for collectibles. So, yeah. They serve the purpose perfectly fine where they are currently. Maybe one day in the future I'll shuffle them around, but I don't see that being a thing that I'm happy to pay that kind of money for in the near future. But that's fine. That's fine. I'm gonna move my Lance characters away from the old realm. Is it the realm that are on had no guilds left, like no mythic jailer kill? Fair enough. I don't know if my server has any. I don't. That's not something I care about, personally. I mean, obviously, everyone's values are different, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, neither mine nor your priorities are correct. They just are. But yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know what my server looks like in terms of progression. Alrighty. I'm gonna copyright songs for video editing. I'm currently experimenting and rebuilding myself. So if you're video editing, so meaning like for YouTube and stuff like that, YouTube has non-copyrighted music in their YouTube music library. And that stuff is specifically free to be used on YouTube. If you try using it on other platforms, it won't work. But like you get struck for it. But on YouTube, it's fine. Twitch has a paid service. Monster Cat has free. I think that has a free tier and then like a paid service. But there are a whole, like if you're streaming. But also if you're streaming 99% of the time, in-game music is fine. And I mean, for a fair chunk of the time, for YouTube, for a fair chunk of the time, in-game music is fine as well. There are only, there's a handful of games that seem to be a bit touchy with some of their tracks. But again, YouTube, you can use their music stuff easily. Oh, excuse me, I didn't give it an either. God, making a dead server like that is impossible. No buyers. Oh, okay. My server mustn't be dead then, because I get a fair few buyers. I mean, now with all the connections and all that kind of stuff, I guess that probably helps somewhat, right? I wonder. Whoa. Otte. Oh, this is a... Left you with a wonderful camera angle, didn't I? Jesus. Here we go. Today's the 20th. Today we did pets. Sunday's the 22nd. We're going to do some transmog hunting, followed on the 23rd by Mount Farm Monday. We are still on the luck, building those attempts and attempting to get the Thundering Cobalt Cloud Serpent. Hope you'll join me for both of those. Wednesday is a weekly reset. I'll be jumping on doing some open world content, followed by raid. I think we're still doing normal with a bit of a toe dip into heroic, but I'm not too sure. We'll see. And then next Friday, Legion Time Walking. Legion Time Walking is very exciting because it means the vendor will be up for me to purchase my final Time Walking reward. I will be buying on Fear, the mount, and then I will have all of the Time Walking mounts, pets, toys, transmogs, everything. All done, finished. And that is very exciting. So you best be joining me for that next Friday. And we're gonna do a raid. We're gonna do a raid. Grab your copy paste. If you have not got the Fiamma Hype emote, either because you haven't, you're not a subscriber, or because you haven't unlocked it using your channel points, either of which is totally fine, totally okay. You can still grab the whole copy and paste and then delete Fiamma Hype and replace it with your favorite Hypey celebratory emote, and then send it into Dez's channel when we get there. Dez is a lovely human. We've had a couple of really great chats, like we're on the same page on a lot of things and that kind of thing. And he's currently doing some keys, pushing some high keys, looking like he's applying to some groups at the moment. So I hope you'll join me in showing him some love. He's another one of the people featured on the Battle.net launcher here and there. Yeah. Just a dragon. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Oh, you're so welcome, Dono. And thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. It was a really chill night, wasn't it? Take care of yourselves. Be nice to each other. And I will see you on Sunday. All the love. Mwah. Bye, guys.
Leroy!